Delegates, please be seated and remain silent. We will be starting now. We have the chief guest and guest of honor as well as our senior leadership team entering now.
Morning, everybody. We are very happy that you've gathered here. Can I have your attention? All delegates, we have our chief guest, guest of honor, and the senior leadership team waiting outside. We would like everybody to stay silent and put their mobile phones on the silent mode. We have 5 seconds and we start the ceremony. Thank you.
platform for students to hold discussions that are critical to today's society in order to turn our generation into global-minded thinkers and leaders.
Oakridge MUN United Nations is a student-led institution that has accommodated thousands of delegates over the past 14 years. During the past 13 editions of our revered conference, we have witnessed enthralling and resolute debates, leaving behind unforgettable memories for each and every one involved. We hope each and every one of you sitting here in front of us is just as exuberant as we are for this conference. On behalf of Oakridge International School Gachibowli and the entire core team behind Oakridge MUN United Nations 2024, we cordially welcome all delegates and attendees of all the esteemed schools present here today for the opening ceremony of the 14th edition of Oakridge MUN United Nations.
To begin with, it is our proud privilege and fortune to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Harsh Gupta, and our Guest of Honor, Ms. Deekshita Goel. We would like to express our gratitude to you, as it is truly an honor to have someone of your distinction opening our conference. We also extend a warm welcome to all the delegates present here from grades 9 to 12. It is our sincere aspiration that this conference will serve as a platform for enriching enjoyable experiences and providing opportunities to learn and benefit from. We also welcome our principal, Ms. Deepika Rao, the head of MYP, Ms. Shweta Verma, the head of experiential learning, Ms. Sonali Roy, the head of operations, Mr. Parvez Alam, the director of marketing, admissions and communications, Mr. Vikram Soni, the head of CBSE, Ms. Rukmini Kumar, the diploma program coordinator, Dr. Deeplata Subramanian, the head of PYP, Ms. Ritu Agarwal, the head of EYP, Ms. Kathakali Roy, and the finance manager, Mr. Narendra Bomella, to begin this conference on an auspicious note.
We now request our chief guest, our guest of honor, our principal, the senior leadership team, the Oakridge MUN 2024 Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General, as well as our teachers in charge, Ms. Babita Dio and Ms. Indra Kola, to honor us by lighting the lamp. To complement this moment, we have DP1 students, Neha Tuluri and Ria Manyala, to set the stage with their beautiful instrumental performance.
Thank you so much for that beautiful start to our conference.
Oh, before we move on, Tharani, I have a joke in mind.
Oh, really? What is it?
Why did the Mala UN delegate bring a ladder to the conference?
I have no idea. Why?
Because they wanted to raise the level of debate.
Well, I hope our audience is ready to elevate their expectations.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
Yes, very good. And as much as I'd like to keep this going, we gotta stick to the schedule. So now, we are delighted to bring to you a performance that embodies grace and power, showcasing the dances of India. Please sit back and enjoy this beautiful performance by our grade 12 students, Nikita Peddi Reddy, Nidha Reddy, Ditya Reddy, Hasika Reddy, Anuhya Vadavali, Rupa Reddy, Isha Gorantla, and Anya Kedia.
प्रणवालय पाहि परिपालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंसवे करुणाम्बुरासी धीम्तारा धीम्तारा जतुलतो
That was truly a delightful performance. Thank you for such grace to uplift our morning.
Moving on, we now invite our principal, Ms. Deepika Rao, to address the body of delegates present here.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone. To all the delegates who are here to participate in the 14th edition of MUN at Oakridge Gachibowli, to the esteemed guests, to our SLT team and to all the staff members who are present here and who have been instrumental in bringing this event together. This morning I was not very sure what I'm going to say to students today. And each day throws up surprises, so this morning was also another surprise which kind of triggered a thought in me. I just started looking around for when was MUN established for the first time. I mean, when was UN established and what was the time lag in establishing the MUN first time for students. And I realized that there was just a 2-year interval, and the first MUN was established in 1947 by Oxford. And that was the time that the world was coming to a point where they were grappling with issues like weaponry, mass destruction, refugees, the reconstruction post-World War II. And there was a general sentiment that it was essential to involve the young people into dialogue and conversation about these challenges that are facing the world today. At that time, not much has changed since then. I think these three concerns remain the most important concerns even now. And if we look at the last 2 years, we have two big wars raging in the world. We obviously are talking about the war that started 2 years ago, and then the fairly recent one that started about 8-10 months ago. And in the middle of all these wars are probably driven out of political and economic reasons, but they also have political and economic ramifications for the world. And what does it mean for people? These conflicts that are raging in the world today are not dissimilar from the conflicts that the world faced in 1945, or maybe even if you go back further to any other conflict across the world. The concerns of the world remain common. The only thing is the complexity has increased. Perhaps then the weaponry was fairly straightforward to understand, and maybe there's more complexity. Today we also deal with the fact that technology has come to play a big role in challenges that are faced by the world. And to my mind it was just, so why has this actually flown down into schools? It started with a university, and definitely a university that's well recognized for raising concerns, but why did it flow down into schools? Because today the young people definitely are far more aware with the kind of exposure they have, and also the kind of liberty that's given to them to express themselves, to form opinions, and also to be able to speak out what they feel or what they truly believe in. So between receiving information, between framing your thoughts and then voicing them out, there is certainly a space where one needs to sift for what is true and what is right, and be able to stand with both. With that in mind, I think the MUNs play a big role. All of you here, sitting here, are not possibly going to be policymakers in near future or in distant future. Many of you will go on to choose different professions. But what these teach you is the spirit of collaboration, the space for dialogue, the tolerance for different perspectives, and the ability to organize your thoughts into something which is systematic and work towards the common good, something that is good for all. Added to this, in the morning I was just listening to a news, and I just kind of came across this piece of news which was a bit shocking, that the Hamas leader Haniyeh has been assassinated in Tehran, and I was wondering what is this going to mean for the world, that part of the world. Now, an assassination of a world leader does not kill an ideology, because I believe that Hamas is an ideology. And for some surprising reason, the people who were talking about it were echoing the same sentiment. And then talking about that how is this assassination going to support people who are at the receiving end, and people who are also at that end where they are a part of a nation. They may not be believing in what the nation is indulging in, but just because you are a part of the nation, you are kind of obliged to be participative in it. And herein lies the catch, because when you think of the truth and the right, I think it's the common people who have to start thinking, who have to start sifting that elusive grain of truth, who have to form ideologies, come together and stand up for what is right. The world was not created in one day. What we are seeing today was not made in one day, and it's not going to be rectified in one day. It has to be a work in progress, but there has got to be consistency, there's got to be motivation, enthusiasm, and a willingness for young people to understand that you own up these challenges as your own. When you own up the challenges as your own, you will definitely be encouraged to look into possible solutions. These 3 days are also about collaboration. Of course, you will come together, you will debate, you will form committees, there will be lots of sparring that you will do. But eventually, underlying every single debate, I think What is most important is to remain an active listener throughout. This is not just a space for voicing your opinion and becoming the best speaker or winning a certificate or a trophy at the end of these 3 days. It's the space for active listening. It's the space for reflection. It's the space where you recognize that I am a product of my own experiences and belief systems, and so are others. And it is important to understand different belief systems, to remain a thinker, to become a thinker, and also to indulge or take part in the right actions that will benefit all. So with this, I would like to wish all the delegates present here to remain as active listeners, debate, discuss, form friendships, and when you go back from here at the end of 3 days, I hope that some of you will remember these words, and I'm sure the words of the esteemed guests who are here, and carry them as a guiding light. At some point in life, when you will turn back and remember this day, you might be able to recall a word or 2 words or a certain thought that will help you pass through a good phase or a difficult phase in life. Thank you. Wishing you all the best.
We would now like to introduce and call upon our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Harsh Gupta. He is a leading figure in earth sciences. As a Fellow of the International Science Council and the President of the Geological Society of India, his work in geophysics and natural hazards has been groundbreaking. He also serves as an editor-in-chief in key scientific publications and is a past president of the International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics. Respected sir, please join us on stage to address the gathering. Please welcome Dr. Harsh Gupta, everybody.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm indeed very grateful for the opportunity to talk to you this morning, and credit goes to Kimaya Verma and Madam Deepika Rao. In her address just a few minutes ago, she has in a way put a summary of what is happening globally on several fronts, which we must all be very aware of. I really like the topic that you have chosen, global issues, local solutions. And this made me to think a little bit more and then converge to talk about tsunami warning system which India has set up, because that was a local issue which we addressed. And finally, it is providing a global solution for the entire Indian Ocean countries. India is providing the appropriate tsunami warnings. As you already know, we have just finished 23 years and some 7 months of the 21st century. And in this short period, we have had 2 mega tsunamis. The first was the 2004 26 December tsunami in Southeast Asia. The earthquake was in Sumatra, and this tsunami claimed an estimated 250,000 human lives, becoming one of the worst natural disasters of all the time. Not only this, then 11th of March 2011, we had another tsunami, the Fukushima earthquake and tsunami, which hit the Japan's nuclear power station in Fukushima and almost caused a nuclear emergency. The Prime Minister of Japan observed that after the Second World War, it is the biggest calamity that Japan has ever faced. So I thought I'll address these issues. Now what happens when a large earthquake occurs below the ocean bottom and there is a vertical displacement? The water column above the ocean bottom gets displaced. And this water column starts oscillating, and that's what a tsunami is. In the open oceans, tsunami have very small amplitude, but as they go to shallower water, since the column is so big and then you are getting into shallow water, the amplitude keeps on increasing. Now a tsunami moves in troughs and crests. So if the trough reaches the coast first, there will be withdrawal of the sea. And this is exactly what happened on 26th of December 2004, which happened to be a Sunday. And I'm talking of Marina Beach in Chennai, Sunday morning around 8:30 in the morning. And a lot of people are having a walk on the Marina Beach, and suddenly they see that the sea has withdrawn. Now, they are innocent people, they don't know what a tsunami is. So they just walked in to pick up shells, fish, etc., etc. And within a few minutes, the crest arrived, killing hundreds of them. So that was really a very unfortunate thing. Now, at that time, we did not have a tsunami warning system for the Indian Ocean. And we depended on the tsunami advisories given by the Pacific and the Japan Meteorological Agency. So what happened that after a month or so, I was traveling from Chennai to Delhi, and my cell phone was switched off. When I reached home, I came to know that a huge earthquake, about magnitude 8.5, has occurred very close to where the 26th December earthquake had occurred. And both the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Pacific Tsunami Warning System had advised of a tsunami, and I had several calls inquiring about it. So I asked them to wait for a minute, and then I called my counterpart in Indonesia, and he told me that, sir, this earthquake is a strike-slip earthquake, there is no vertical displacement, so there is no tsunami generated, there is no tsunami in Sumatra. So if there is no tsunami in Sumatra, the question of having a tsunami in India does not arise. So when I shared this information with the TV channels, the news agencies, they were not interested in it, because by this time they have hooked the entire South and Southeast Asia to tsunami warning, tsunami distress, and in between they are having all the commercial advertisements, etc., etc. That made me feel very sad, and I thought that we should not fall into this situation, and we should have a system which very clearly tells what are the false alarms and when the really tsunami is coming. Now, there was a meeting in Paris soon after that, and there was a lot of pressure on India to accept an offer where they were talking of about $100,000 at that time to set up a tsunami warning system for India. I was not very happy with this situation. Also, our research has discovered that unlike the Pacific coast, where the entire coast is capable of hosting a tsunami-genic earthquake, when we come to Indian Ocean, there are only two zones, Java, Sumatra to Andaman Nicobar, which can host a tsunami-genic earthquake, and there is a small patch, Makran coast in Arabian Sea. Other than these two places, no tsunami had been reported from anywhere else. So when this meeting took place of International Oceanographic Commission in Paris, it is an international body, and there was a lot of pressure on us to accept that offer of 1,000 crores to set up that tsunami warning system. I observed that that system is not acceptable to us, and there are only two sources of tsunami in the Indian Ocean. And imagine 150 delegates representing 150 countries. They were not convinced. However, the chair of the session said that let's take, how much time do you take to find out whether there is any other earthquake which caused tsunami other than these two places. And 3 weeks time was given, and the next meeting took place in Mauritius, and as I had expected, there was no tsunami reported from any other place. So that gave a lot of confidence of India in what we were doing, what I was saying, and then we went ahead with setting up our own tsunami warning system. Now the special feature of our tsunami warning system is that we have planted ocean bottom pressure recorders in the immediate vicinity of these two sources. So the earthquake has come is estimated within the 25 to 30 seconds time. Whether this earthquake has generated a tsunami or not is not known till the waves reach a tide gauge on a coastal area. But by putting this ocean bottom pressure recorders in the immediate vicinity of the earthquake sources, because in tsunami the entire column is moving now. So if the earthquake has come and there is no record from these ocean bottom pressure recorders, where it should be within the next few minutes time, we know that the earthquake has occurred but tsunami has not taken place. So this system was operational in September of 2007, it is operational till now, and in the process we have helped the entire Indian Ocean rim countries because we are issuing advisories which are useful. So we are literally fulfilling the requirement of local solutions to global problems. It has been operational since 2007, and now it is considered as among the best systems in the world because it has not given any false alarm, and no tsunami which occurred was not, there was not a case when it was not advised. So this has been a wonderful experience. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for those incredibly enlightening and motivating words.
Now, we would like to present and take you through the evolution of Oakridge MUN through the years by showcasing our memorable moments. Wasn't it amazing to see just how much this conference has progressed over the years? We hope you are all just as excited as us to form your own legacy and memories at Oakridge MUN 2024. Now, we would like to call upon our esteemed guest of honor, Ms. Dikshita Goel from Athena Education, who has traveled all the way from Delhi to be with us here. Ms. Dikshita Goel is a director of the consulting team at Athena. She attended Welham Girls' School before graduating from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi, where she studied history and journalism. I request you to please I also request the Principal, Ms. Deepika Rao, to join us on stage to felicitate our guest of honor.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's so pleasant to be here today among so many young minds who are committed to engaging with one another, discussing big problems that are plaguing the world. But honestly, let's start by talking about some global trends that have really come up in the past few years. Can anybody tell me what are the latest countries to adopt yoga so far? Anybody? US, yes. Canada, yeah, that's a good one. Right? Iceland, I heard that somewhere. Yes, if you remember, this was at one point India's gift to the world, right? Similarly, let's talk about EVs, electric vehicles, something that's become so popular. You see EV cabs also in and around India now. What are some latest countries to adopt EVs? India, thank you. Sweden, Netherlands, these were the leading adopters of something that's become such a global solution at this point, right? Why do you think these countries are adopting EVs or yoga for that matter? Well, evidently they're aiming to solving global issues, be it climate change through electric vehicles or be it mental and physical well-being through yoga. Most of the challenges faced by cities at the local level, including climate change, food security, are global in nature. And they call for multilateral solutions. We all need to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism with the United Nations at its heart, which you all clearly are doing through this MUN, and strengthen the cooperation to address these common challenges. Solutions, however, need to be adapted to the local context and priorities. Let me start by telling you a story. So, there was a student in Kanpur a couple years ago. He would be visiting a lot of temples with his parents because they were very spiritual and very culturally rooted in nature. While doing these visits, he actually realized that a lot of the ceremonial offerings, especially something like milk, was actually being discarded and wasted at a huge, huge scale. For those of you who don't know, Kanpur is in Uttar Pradesh. It's also a very religious center with a lot of, religious ceremonies happening at all times. Now, he started thinking about this. Nobody seemed to care about this problem which was going on for ages and, again, nobody was doing anything about it. This student actually started building some skills and came up with a solution which is Q milk. I don't know how many of you know this, but Q milk is actually a fabric which is somewhat like silk, but it is made out of milk. That student ended up using more than 5,000 liters of milk to convert into this fabric. Now again, nobody in his community cared about his problem, but believe it or not, admissions officers sitting in Philadelphia at the University of Pennsylvania actually made him the only early admit into the university last year. Right? So students like you have become agents of change. Right? Look around you. Who's stopping you from making a difference? No one. Greta Thunberg started striking from school to protest climate inaction when she was 15. I'm not asking you to start striking from school, but believe it or not, she's influenced millions around the world. What's stopping you all from starting a recycling campaign at school or organizing a biryani potluck as a way of, bringing in different students from different religious and cultural backgrounds in your own communities to come together and talk about what's the next big campaign we can start as a community. Big changes always start with small, purposeful steps. You guys are digital natives, right? Born in the age of the internet and social media. Use it wisely. If you have an idea, share it, post it, tweet it, create a video, engage with people from different cultures and backgrounds. Participate in online forums, join global youth networks, and let your voices be heard. The world is listening. This also reminds me one of our students in the past. She went to a school in a not so known city in India, and she actually was very keen on connecting with high schoolers in different countries across the world. She did something about this. She created an online platform which through an algorithm would connect all participants to a student of a different country every week. So let's say that a student sitting in Papua New Guinea could be learning about the restrictions in curriculum of a student based in Kazakhstan, or a student based in Mexico could be providing suggestions to a teenager in India about how they can challenge their social media addiction into a positive reinforcement. Right? Similarly, another student, he identified that his school in Delhi didn't have a very robust waste management system. He created a dustbin which would segregate dry and wet waste using artificial intelligence. He ended up manufacturing multiple units of that dustbin and actually connected with the local waste management organizations to make this into a robust system, and also implemented this across multiple schools in Delhi NCR and Pan India. So as the Athena team today, as part of the Athena team today, my objective is to make you all one step closer to becoming global citizens. Being a global citizen doesn't mean that you have to travel the world and speak multiple languages. It just means caring about how your actions impact the world and taking the steps to make it a better place. It means understanding that we're all in this together and that every effort counts. To conclude, I want you all to just, as soon as you're all here in this MUN for the next 3 days, as soon as you step out of this auditorium, look around you. Just observe. What are some problems that you see literally around you, be it as soon as you step out of this gate and into the corridor, be it in a classroom, be it in the school, be it in your city, be it in your country, be it in your locality. What are some problems, and how can you, as high schoolers with certain level of resources, actually start solving them, create some tangible, measurable impact that can work towards solving a global issue. Right? So take this away from here today and really want to start seeing you all becoming the global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that inspiring and insightful speech.
Now we move on to the part that everyone is eagerly waiting for, the introduction of the Executive Board members of the 14th edition of Oakridge Model United Nations 2024. We request the Executive Board members to join us on stage as your name is called to receive the gavel. To start off, we have Dissect. Our chair is Sharan Veluri and our vice chair is Prabhas Adavala. Both executive board members are not present for the opening ceremony. However, they will be joining us from the first committee session.
Our next committee is WHO. Our chair is Arya Sankara and our vice chair is Vaitali Machavarapur. Please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Moving on to ICJ, our chair is Rishabh Iyer and our vice chair is Saurish Reddy. Our chair is also not present for the opening ceremony, however he will join us during the committee sessions.
Thank you. Our next committee is UNSC. Our chair is Ishwar Chava and our vice chair is Rushil Allah. Although our chair was unable to be here today at the opening ceremony, he will be joining us during committee sessions.
Thank you. Moving on to WEF. Our chair is Sai Preeti Polu and our vice chair is Darsh Tibrewala.
Thank you. Up next, we have UNODC. Our chair is Faraz Uddin, and our vice chair is Sohil Sai Sriyangam. Our chair is not present for the opening ceremony, however, he will be joining us during the first committee session.
Thank you. Up next, we have Bari Truth, and our chair is Ananya Budhavarapu. Our vice chair is Vida Sahib.
Thank you. Our next committee is Lok Sabha. Our speaker is Mohammed Shah, and our deputy speaker is Vishnu Mullapudi.
Thank you. Moving on to UNICEF, our chair is Tia Sankar and our vice chair is Avya Bharat.
Thank you. Our next committee is Interpol. Our chair is Vineet Chitturi, and our vice chair is Vinil Mittapalli.
Thank you. Up next, we have FIA. Our chair is Afnan Omer Khan and our vice chair is Shivang Talwar.
Thank you. Our next committee is Apollo 11. Our chair is Simran Panda, and our two co-vice chairs are Vishwas Reddy and Anya Jain.
Thank you. Up next, we have JCC Cabinet 1. Our chair is Manan Sarda and our vice chair is Ramakrishna.
Happy birthday to our vice chair, Ramakrishna. Thank you. Now we have JCC Cabinet 2. Our two co-chairs are Sri Kailash Yedlapati and Shivarian Reddy.
Thank you. Moving on to European Union, our two co-chairs are Anish Raja and Arnav Tibrewala.
Thank you. Up next, we have UNHRC. Our chair is Vishal Chowdhury, and our two co-vice chairs are Ritesh Marupudi and Charvi Jain.
Thank you. Up next, we have ECOSOC. Our chair is Sahiti Pila, and our vice chair is Ishan Reddy.
Thank you. Our next committee is UNEP. Our chair is Krishna Uppala, and our vice chair is Deeksha Singh.
Thank you. Up next, we have UNGA Stockholm. Our chair is Shriya Kamtam, and our vice chair, Ganesha Arabole. Thank you. Now for international press. Our head of IT is Ansh Reddy, the EIC of Journalism, Shrita Reddy Nalamada, and the EIC of Photography, Akshita Nandivala.
Let's give a huge round of applause to all our executive board members.
Before we introduce our Secretariat for the 14th edition of Oakridge Model United Nations, we would like to introduce our organizing committee heads, Ashish Gunduru, Tanvisha Gere Gundla, and Devnath Jain. Let's welcome them with a round of applause as they join us on stage.
Thank you. Now to introduce the Oakridge Model United Nations Secretariat for 2024, I call upon our very own Secretary General, Dia Dankani. Please give her a big round of applause.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I hope you are doing well. That's a lot of executive board members, and I know we're a little behind schedule, but it is my absolute honor and my privilege to introduce the Secretariat, and please give them a huge round of applause. The Secretariat of Oakridge Model United Nations 2024. We first have our USG of Technology, Aditya Sai Verma, along with the USG of Finance, Anjali Anaganti. Our USGs of Public Relations, Sahasra Deva and Vidya Tota. USGs of Logistics, Arya Devnapalli and Jagati Komi. USGs of Technology, Ayan Ali Sayed, Tarini Swaroop and Ishika Kasuri. We can be a little louder, delegates. Come on, these are the people that have arranged this conference. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Our USGs of Policy, Kabir Mehta and Padmika Reddy. Our Charge the Affairs, Aditi Santosh, Kimaya Verma and Raghav Uppala. Now we have our Director General, Naren Ayanala. And finally our Deputy Secretary General, Vivian Uppulapari.
Alright, hi. I hope you are all doing well. This morning, I first and foremost want to welcome our entire audience, our delegates, our SLT members, the executive board members, and the international press members. We heartily welcome all of you, and it's been a privilege to organize this conference. I should have written a speech. I'm very sorry, Babita ma'am, I still have not written the speech, and I will definitely get scolded for that later. But Secretariats come and go. We break new records every year. Our last year's Secretariat had 580 delegates. Today we have 650 delegates. That was a flex. But Secretariats come and go. We try to do something new every year. We try to bring in something new every year. And I first and foremost want to mention how important my Secretariat has been in this process, because these are my people. These are the people that I have worked with for the past 3 years, especially the top 6. We've all worked together tirelessly. We've all created almost 4 conferences together, and every conference I only grow to love and hate them a little bit more. But there's definitely a lot of appreciation, because when we speak about a community and when we speak about Model United Nations, we're all so busy discussing about debate. We're all so busy discussing about world issues. And while these are the forefronts of Model United Nations, the reason that I found my place in Model UN was not just because I was amazing at debate or because I had a lot of fun meeting new people, but it was because I found a community. And that is what we want to bring for all of you. Whether it might be our networking hour this year, whether it might be our opportunity to live stream across the globe this year, whether it might be our low-key socials this year, we've brought in a lot of new elements. But the most important part of Model UN at heart will always stay the communities we make after these conferences. And for the very few of you that are actually paying attention, I really hope that you find those communities. Because as high schoolers, as students, we tend to get really competitive. We tend to try to be the best. We try to come up with new things. We try to find new people constantly. But it is very rare to find that community where you belong. And the reason that this stuck with me was because of Babita ma'am very aggressively once told me that for me it's not 1-1-1. It's all of you 6. It's one face, it's one team, and I need the work done now. And it was done, but it was only after that sense of community, that sense of belief, that we were able to do it. And as every good Secretary General, we're all privileged. We are sitting in a room full of, we have AC, we have good lights, we have comfort, and we have the opportunity to come here and talk about these issues. While there are very real people, delegates, that are in these situations, whether it might be in Ukraine, maybe it might be in Ukraine and Russia, whether it might be in Haiti, whether it might be in India. There are places that are genuinely suffering, and we get the opportunity to be here and talk about these issues. So acknowledge your privilege, I would say, and as your peer, take this in. This is the time where we get to find people, we get to speak the way we feel. And somewhere along the lines of representing different countries, I was able to find who I was, and I really hope that you all will do the same. Now, without much further ado, with the power vested in me as Secretary General of Oakridge Model United Nations 2024. Guys, come on, help. As the power vested in me as Oakridge Model United Nations 2024 Secretary General, I now declare this conference open. Thank you. Oh, wait. I am done, but please, there are OCs. We all can start walking to your committees. Food will be available outside your committees. There are also QR codes given outside. So scan the QR code and you will be escorted to your committee rooms. Thank you all so much. Thank you, SLD members. Thank you, ma'am. We also have someone's phone that has been submitted here. Anyone that lost their phones? Vineet, come. Secretariat members, please get back on the stage. Secretariat members, please get back on the stage. Secretariat members, please get on the stage. Executive board members that haven't received their delegate kits and placards, you will be receiving them in committees. Please go to committees. Everyone, please go to your respective committees.
Everyone, positions. Who am I telling?
Requesting OC heads to escort all the delegates out of this committee as we need to set up HRC over here. Delegates, please leave the committee.
HRC needs to be set up over here. 700 chairs need to be removed. Sofas need to be removed. Whoever is in here.
Raghav, Naren. Yeah, ready. Ish.
That's it.
They went to go talk to the TV part. There's Tanvisha right there, ma'am. Tanvisha! Should I call it? Yeah.
Tanvisha, come to the stage. Come to the stage right now. Come.
Quick, steady, hurry up.
I know which, but I know you don't know.
Chair isn't going to be in post committee session. No EV member got his laptop. No EV member got his laptop. He has a meeting. Where's your laptop? Where's your laptop? No, it's second.
We'll get the EV placards.
Right. With them, every EV placard and every ID card has to go.
Hey, I have to go register. I have to register at delegate. Tables for networking are committee session.
That's for committee session. That's for the committee session.
and networking now. They're going to model the same table. EV remuneration sheet. Show them each one of their remunerations. Make a stack. That is specific information. Don't know what they're remunerated. WEF is going to get through. Four more shares are required. But what I'm thinking is we just move the EV tables, convert them into delegate tables. EV will get our additional tables from one table, we move it from other committee. Lok Sabha is 2 weeks.
Just to be checked, I have to go.
Yes, we all need to go, Naren.
What did you call?
That's how the brain is working.
Bro, like she's waiting, like she's right there. Like, alright, I'm gonna go do this now.
Oh, oh, go.
We'll be taking the attendance right now. Please raise your placard when I is called. We may have to take it again once the chair and the vice chair are here, but we're just taking it now. Netherlands not take the president and voting and all the call later again, just for the attendance. Ecuador. Albania. North Korea. China. China is not there. South Korea. Indonesia. Afghanistan, Colombia, Lebanon, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Peru. Do we have Peru here? Cuba, do we have? El Salvador. El Salvador. Burma. USSR. Bulgaria. Bulgaria. Guys, Bulgaria. Yemen. Canada. Canada. USA. Anyone else whose name we didn't call out? Raise your placards up, right? If we didn't call out your name. And also, just again for clarification, this is not the present and voting, it's only we're just taking in attendance. That's the chair here for all of you. Please raise the placards to show sign. Thank you.
password. Alright. You have a vice chair, his name is Prabhas, he's not here yet. I think he'll be in after lunch or maybe tomorrow. We're not sure. Did they give you an insight as to what this networking are? Do you guys know this? Look, apparently we were the first committee that was called out in the conference and both the EB members were not there. एक और बनाने के लिए opening ceremonies. Delegates who have been Chile so things how many of you went to Chile? How many of you went to Chile? So first timers, keep a track, talk more, you'll be more comfortable. Alright. And how many of you here are from Oakridge? I see. Okay.
Your Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi passwords if anyone wants. So it will be under the guest Wi-Fi password, that's the Wi-Fi, and the password. It's school@2024. It's also there. Put on the guest.
How many of you guys read the background guide? How many of you are being honest with me right now? Are you sure you've read the background guide? Because if you've read the background guide, that means it's the first time when you're not, you're as good as anybody else in this committee. That's all the information you need to know to get started in this committee. Guys, keep your placards down. Alright, so how many of you had a training session before committee? As in like a rules of procedure session where they taught you how ROP is done. Like how UNA USA is done. Oh, that's nice. Oh, right. Anyways, I will take my time to explain ROP again because the point is how each chair runs their ROP is their own thing and a lot of chairs will have different kinds of rules of procedure. Although mostly standard, there might be a little deviation. So we'll get to that. Okay, can one of you tell me what the agenda is? Netherlands.
So the agenda is basically we are stuck on June 25th, 1950 at the beginning of the Korean War, and this is an alternate reality. So what actually happened was there was an article, I think Article 81 if I'm not wrong, where the UN basically condemned North Korea from invading South Korea, and that resolution passed and Russia didn't attend the voting, and this kind of mitigated the impacts of the war in reality. But in this alternate reality, Russia in fact did attend the passing of the resolution and vetoed it, and so because of this they established an ESS, which we are all part of.
Right. How many of you know the article that led to the ESS in the UN Charter? There's an article that is like the birth of ESS. Alright. So later on, do your research and come up with this article, send it via chat. Alright. Apart from that, another key aspect about Russia attending this meeting is that initially what had happened was Russia not attending the meeting was not Russia's support to North Korea, whereas it was in brotherhood to the Chinese Republic. So when the Chinese Republic were condemned, Russia in support of the Chinese Republic said both of us won't attend. Why this is an important part in history is because this is the first time that would have been, like in this committee it's not, but that was the first time a P5 member did not attend an SC meeting. And the SC charter specifically says all 5 P5 members need to be present in committee for the committee to vote. But 2 P5 members were not there. But how did the committee still go off with the resolution, still pass a resolution? It's only because then they instituted a rule called the empty chair rule. It's where they said if a country is not here, the country's placard is here, the country's representative is just not here. The country is present, the country's representative is not present, hence their vote will be taken as an abstention and they'll walk away from it. That is the empty chair rule. Apart from that, since we're in a conference, since this committee is running on a timeline where that legal precedence is not set. First of all, what is a legal precedence? Legal precedence is any ruling from the past. Let's say if anything happened in the past, it's more possible the same action will happen again. Like how Russia did not attend the meeting in the past, now if a country does not attend that meeting, they will do the same thing that happened the first time. So you guys, anytime you're looking for, let's say, any solution or anything, if that solution has any sort of precedence, then it's more likely for that precedence to, for that solution to happen, for that solution to be plausible. Alright, now there exactly isn't a problem statement. There exactly isn't a problem statement right now. But any solution or any framework, this is a very important word guys, it's called framework. You guys at the end of the day are here to produce a framework. A framework that fits globally, that understands and comprehends every scenario, every global scenario. Now obviously a solution that will work for the South American countries would not be the same exact solution, might not make sense for an Asian country conflict. So how will we make our framework globally accepted? Second, will this framework be sustainable? Because let's say you make a framework that doesn't make sense, right, and you still pass it. That makes it easier in the future for countries to use that loophole to do whatever they want. So the moment you set a bad precedence, you set a bad solution, still pass it, it gives a lot of loopholes and a lot of reason for countries to do whatever they want and get away with it by saying, oh, this committee when they met long ago, they did the same thing, so we can also do it. If then it was globally accepted, now it should be globally accepted. So it is very essential for you to research well and understand what a good solution is. Okay, so a solution needs to be sustainable, scalable. Is that clear, guys? It has to be sustainable and scalable. It's very essential. Okay, and apart from that, this whole delegate EB barrier does not exist. You guys can approach me whenever you feel like approaching me. You just have to raise your placards and say, can I approach the EB? In case you're too worried about standing and asking it out. Okay? Apart from that, this committee also has a system, we call it substantive chits. So whenever you feel like you're a little afraid to speak and you want to, but still somehow want to send your points through, you can write your speech in a chit. I'll give you the format later, but you can write your speech in a chit and send it across as well. And it'll be equally marked as a speech set out in committee. So you guys don't have to worry about all of this. The objective is for you to participate. You guys are a part of a very unique committee, like a committee like this. I mean, this agenda has never happened. This whole, either they've simulated the Korean War, or they've done a Korean War crisis committee, or they have done that SC meeting that we're referring to. Nobody has done a timeline where Russia has attended SC and what would the proceedings of that post-conference be. So you're in a very unique committee, and I know research is very limited considering the fact that you're all stuck in 25th June 1950. So ensure that you don't mention anything out after 25th June 1950. And as and when, ensure that you're listening to speeches, because that is literally becoming fact. Since you're going through the present, let's say United States of America makes a huge speech, right? That is literally a fact, because the more that becomes history. So let's say next day when you're in a different date, that is your only basis between 1950 to that day. Everything you know that has happened from 1950 to, let's say, July 25th, 1950 is what United States of America said. So it is very essential for you to track what everybody is saying. You do good in a committee if you listen. So if there's another delegate speaking, appreciate the fact that this delegate has taken the courage to speak. So be quiet, be diplomatic, and listen to that speech. Maybe you will take away something from it. Maybe you have the same opinion. So you will talk again. Alright? Everybody clear? How many of you know what an entertainment session is? Oh, that's nice. This is the advantage of first timers. They don't even know what an entertainment session is. Okay. Guys, there's something called an entertainment session that later the OC will head. It's sort of like a break. Alright. Again, we are not, I don't see, this might say chairperson, but we are moderators. We are here to do what you want. It's called enabling. We enable you to do what you want. We give you the exposure for you to do what you want. So the more ideas you come up with, the better this committee will go. This committee will proceed. Okay, we have 3 days to make an impact. So I suggest whatever the learning curve is, get through it, get it done with today. So tomorrow you're effectively from session 1 you're speaking. Alright? Do you guys have any doubts? Any doubts?
I have a question.
Guys, listen up. So what we'll do is we'll give you 20 minutes. Not even 20. I think 20 minutes is adequate. 20 minutes for you to walk around, lobby, understand the committee. If you guys have any doubts, you guys can ask other people. All right. And emphasis on sitting and forming blocks as soon as possible. All right. Now, what are blocks? Guys, everybody. Guys, no crosstalk. One second. Alright, everybody, there is no gavel for me to get your attention. Okay, so figure out who your country's strategic partners are in 1950, by the way. Okay, in the next 5 minutes, I will not acknowledge the fact that we are in a different world. You guys have to set it into your head that today's date is 25th June 1950. Okay? Understand who your strategic partners are and start working with them. Okay? Help yourselves, help each other speak more. And experienced delegates in this committee who have done MUNs before, facilitate first timers to talk. Instead of just taking their votes, facilitate them to talk. Alright? Is that clear?
Everybody just come here once. We'll be discussing something that is going to be our interpretation of what happened right now. We'll be deciding that. So everybody, discussing on what exactly to do. Obviously, we do not have a lot of time. We can't drag this out for like months, weeks as well. Because unless we actually take action, nothing will be addressed. Even if you look at the actual real life history, like violent history as well, this is what happened. We passed that resolution 82, and then what we did was we addressed specific steps to take in the Korean Peninsula by deploying UN peacekeeping forces. Now, until we actually pass a resolution in this UNGAESS, we can't exactly send UN peacekeeping forces. We can send normal troops, but again, there will be risking unnecessary conflict. Now, there is one clear thing. All of you should know the status on what happened. Why USSR actually vetoed this resolution is something that all countries must address no matter what. Because the reason we are here itself is that veto, right? So we need to obviously address that veto in the first place. Why this veto took place? How this veto? Yeah. Right.
Okay. So basically, our committee set in a time when
they all know that.
No, it's not that. So we're in a time where the Cold War is just like it's increasing, and basically the whole communism, capitalism, propaganda race is increasing between US and Soviet Union. Now the Korean Peninsula is strategically important, and both the US and USSR are looking to obtain some part of this land. Now when Russia vetoes this resolution, they're doing this because they want to get a grip on North Korea, and they just want to spread propaganda as well, that communist propaganda.
And delegates, it's kind of like this. So 6 months before this, so we are in June 22, on 8th of January 1950, the USSR officially left the UNSC. Why? Because they wanted to protest against the international community for not keeping China, the communist China. So delegates, does it really make sense a country that had 6 months ago left the UNSC suddenly comes back on a very they kept denying that we are involved in the Korean War. They were like, this is an internal matter that the Korean level should have handled. Obviously, a veto to a resolution that would have protected the sovereignty of a country is not, quote-unquote, non-involvement. It is a very direct involvement. It's an internal matter, just like that. So, if we can get the ceasefire without even actually passing a resolution, that's great. We can go ahead and try it. But the point is that in the end, we must find a solution. We must find a solution that actually solves this mutual peace. So, yes. So, any suggestions on what we should specifically do? How should we proceed? I'm saying whatever we just speak is whatever is going to happen. If we all unilaterally agree to end this war, like unanimously agree to end this war, we can.
If we initiate ceasefire, like peace will not be there.
No, ceasefire is peace.
Ceasefire is just like stopping
ceasing of fire. Stop fire.
But ceasefire is not like a permanent solution. You use it to live and die. You need a permanent solution.
A solution to a problem that was caused by an invasion of North Korean troops is indeed the best solution for that problem. The problem was caused not because of political crisis, because as I told in the starting, elections never took place in North Korea. There isn't a legitimate government there. There is only one legitimate government, which is South Korea, which can implement all governments. A ceasefire must come first. We can't start talking diplomatically while our ally South Korea gets slaughtered in their own country. Dude, it's like saying Pakistan invades India. We are there in Hyderabad right now. They're wreaking havoc on us. It's the exact same. There is no way, but that's the logic, right?
Also, delegates, especially the first timers, this is a crisis committee, not exactly a crisis committee.
It's a simulation.
Yeah, it's a simulation of a crisis committee. So don't just say that our country is doing this and all. We need immediate solutions. Just don't reiterate the problem over and over again. We already know about it.
See, one thing there is that there's something known as the Truman Doctrine. So we are all aware about, as of right now, South Korea is under the threat. Yes, I mean, as a threat of forced export of communism, because that's what it clearly is. There is no reason why a democratically elected country is being invaded by communist groups with an agenda that, okay, how many of you know what the USSR and the communist action motto is? For the people, right? For the people, unity among nations.
Socialism agenda.
Yeah, unity among nations. In the UN, we follow a principle called friendly relations among nations. Very similar to unity, right? If you have friendly relations, you have unity. Now, I don't think I need to explain to anyone why an invasion of South Korea is not exactly even following USSR's own policy. Because, is it friendly relations? No. It is nothing but a blatant invasion.
Also, explaining about the Truman Doctrine. So, the Truman Doctrine is basically a method that the US used to curtail communism. So, I'm pretty sure, as you all know, US is a time where US is capitalist, Russia is communist. It's basically very polarizing. How many of you know what polarizing?
So, extremes.
So, the Truman Doctrine was created to curtail communism. Post-communism.
So, what the Truman Doctrine says is that we will protect democracies around the world from communist threat. We are going to do that in South Korea, right? We will do it. Just the point is, has the committee come to a consensus that what is happening right now is wrong? Yes or no?
Delegates, small announcement, sorry to interrupt, but has everyone gotten their liability forms? Is there anyone who has not gotten it? Because if so, I have extras, which I can distribute to you now. Does anyone need the extra? You haven't gotten your liability form?
Also, guys, delegates. So, what the Truman Doctrine did, so as you know, a lot of European countries.
Is there anyone else, delegates? Nothing?
A lot of European countries that were like especially bordering Russia and that whole area, the US was basically giving them aid in order to prevent the development of communism in those. And basically, so that's one of the reasons why they force North Koreans and and also if you look at the background guys, this is very important thing to notice is most people think that if it wasn't for Russia's grip over North Korea would have never crossed the parallel to invade South Korea.
So don't say you can invade a country and reunite it. That makes zero sense.
Also, there were two whole years of unification.
Bro, 1945 to 1950, there was something as UN Commission on Korea. There were two very simple things. Soviet Union represented North Korea with the consent of the North Korea. Okay, you said the Soviet Union would represent you in the international forum. And what happened was, when the US actually tried to talk with South Korea, Soviet Union, when they actually tried to talk to the Soviet Union on what should be the status of Korea, the Soviet Union said one thing: elections are not going to take place in a situation based on this commission, because for one very simple thing. Reunification was something that we actually supported. They did. We had elections. They did. As simple as that. You can't reunify a country by invading it.
It would further move this whole situation away from reunification.
You can't just shooting yourself in the foot. Try to reunify it now.
It's like after India and Pakistan have a war and they want to reunite it, it's not possible.
Bro, Pakistan conducts a genocide in Bangladesh and like, okay bro, friends now. Friends, we kill millions of your people, but we'll be friends, okay? Because I want to be friends, you don't. You understand? Okay, I'm not good.
So, in summary, everyone, let us try and take steps towards this agenda. Don't stress at the same point, saying what's this bad, this bad, everyone knows it's bad. And just go. Just find something. Oh shit, everybody got That's what happened in real life, right? The UN sent troops to fight North Korea. First step, we will ceasefire. Last thing, we will for a ceasefire. This guy doesn't even say so. You will invade. I don't give a shit. You will invade. See, if they can think they can invade a country when it is chilling, you will invade a country that is not chilling. In this demanding case, actively invading the other side.
See, why I want to offer? I can just get it. But I get actually entered South Korea. Do you know where the government is? Busan. That's like saying Pakistani troops are Kanyakumari country. That's the equivalent of saying that they are at the tip of India. All those the entire thing is conquered. This is what happened when you win these places. If minus is by result, if you actually see the yeah, the resolution is what's the cost of ceasefire? See, we can try to steps, we can actively try negotiating, we can actively try doing vote. We can do this result because we don't have time to waste. No, they already had okay, see, guys, I'm just saying this. When Pakistani troops are in Delhi or Khartoum, it will be the Himalayan border.
See, simple as this. Our main goal is to stop the war. That's it. And if that passes, we can add on to that. And if the ceasefire doesn't work, then just invade.
Okay, guys. This is an approximate map of Korea, and this was the 38th parallel. Now this is the actual border, the UN supposed to border. Now, here somewhere around here, and this is still right. The troops and Nepal have about these boundaries. In a day, they will be reaching Busan. In a few days. Because he will start shooting at us the moment we try to enter. First thing we will try setting up our own Guys, a lot of them have a confusion and nations need to be put on their own. Also, guys. This country is also communist, but it supported the US, it supported us, not the Soviet Union. Exactly, bro. They're going to come into your country, they're going to take away your resources and be like, every communism, guys, there is two forms of equality. You give everyone the same resources, you take away everyone's resources, and that is also equality. That's what's happening here. Exactly. Are you going to stop? Yes.
All the post-communism means they not just communism, they are after communism,
North Koreans go on communism. They never held an election.
Also, if we have a ceasefire,
very interesting question. He asked me, why do you want Guys, I'll ask you one. We withdrew our identity in 1948. For the past 2 years, we did not get that. We were
we can recognize, just so we can recognize you if you're delegates or not. Imagine us yelling like this at some OCS. Like that wouldn't sound nice. So very ID cards. Apart from that, so we'll start committee. All of you all ready? Okay, so we'll start with rules of procedure. So for every boarding meeting ever, there's something they do at the beginning of the session. It's called roll call. Essentially attendance. You have two options to choose from. One is present, one is present and voting. Now, the difference between present and present voting is the fact that, you know, in the end when you write a draft resolution and you're voting on the draft resolution, anybody who has said present has an option to abstain. Instead of saying yes or no, they can abstain from voting, saying, this is a comprehensive piece of document, hence we would like to give our opinion about it, so we abstain. That is the reasoning behind people saying present. People who are present in voting are people who are sure that they will choose between yes or no at the end of the day 3. Alright. Second thing, people who are saying present in voting cannot say present again. Like later on when we take roll call tomorrow, you can't change it and say present. But people who are present can definitely change to present in voting. So keep your options open and be smart about your voting practices. Okay, that is also something you guys need to research upon. Second of all, once roll call is done, we specifically look for a specific motion. It's the first motion behind your placard. It's the motion to introduce the GSL, establish the GSL, establish formal debate. All of this mean the same thing. It is to establish the GSL. Now, essentially, there are two kinds of debate, formal and informal. And within formal comprises only one type of speaking, that is the general speakers list. Now, all these names are just complex for no reason. Okay, they're very simple meanings. General speakers list, what does it essentially mean? That you can speak about everything regarding the committee. Like it doesn't have to be about the agenda. It doesn't have to be about anything in specific. You can talk about dissect is my favorite committee, I have fun in dissect, etc. Okay, it's a general opinion as to where things can go. But the reason GSL is one of the most effective speech formats is the ability of GSL to entertain questions. Okay. Apart from that, you have something called informal debate, right? Informal consists of two types of things. It's called a moderated caucus and an unmoderated caucus. Again, complex names for nothing. Okay, just refer to them as mod, unmod, it's good enough. Okay, what is a mod? A mod is where you establish a topic. You define how many speakers, what does each speaker get, all of this. But in a GSL, it is defined 90 seconds. Everybody gets 90 seconds. You won't have to speak for the entirety of the 90 seconds. You are being told that the maximum time you will speak for the 90 seconds. The same way, in a mod, when somebody raises the motion, if you look at your second motion, you will see that it says enter into a moderated caucus on the topic X for a time period of Y and an interval speaker time of Z. What does that mean? Anybody raising a motion wants to talk about a specific topic. You are going, it's like a funnel. You are starting basic from the top, but as you go down and down, the things become narrow. I think you are picking narrower topics, more niche topics to find specific solutions for, like minimize problems. Okay, essentially you are breaking the problem statement into smaller problems and, solving it part by part. So for that you have something called moderated caucuses or mods. Okay, and what is an unmod? An unmod, moderated, right? So we are moderators. So when we moderate a certain informal topic, informal debate, it's called a moderated caucus. Now what will an unmoderated caucus mean? It will mean that we will moderate. So what you guys did for the last 20 minutes, when you have been walking around, discussing, all of that is what you can do in an unmod. An unmod gives you the scope to go and talk to another delegate informally. How many of you know the meaning of the word consensus? Oh, you guys know what consensus means? It is to come to the same opinion. Keep it placards not. Consensus, it means you guys are discussing with each other to come to the same opinion. So you're looking to build consensus in an informal debate, in an unmod. In an unmod, informally talking to each other to build and share the same opinion. Come to the same page if you guys are having a difference in opinion. Alright? Is that clear? Do you understand what formal and informal debates are? Now we will come to something again behind your pattern. It's called points. Now what are points? Points are how you can navigate through committee. Okay. So let's say the first point is called a point of personal privilege. Let's say the AC is too cold, or let's say a delegate is not being audible, or if you're going too fast or too slow or anything like that. Anything that is causing you personal discomfort. You can raise your placard and say, see, when you raise your placard, we will all of the country, which means we are recognizing you. And once you recognize, you will not just start talking, you have to first enough what point you are raising to. Okay, so you have to say point of personal privilege and then tell us what the personal discomfort is for us to fix. Alright, the same way another point is the point of order. Again, don't stress on remembering the procedure because the procedure is literally behind your placard. Everything you need to know to navigate committee is behind your placard except for some very specific motions that come very late in the day or very late in the conference. We will tell you immediately as to what that procedure is. For now, focus on reading out of the placard, and once you are comfortable with it, you can speak without the placard as well. No issues. Anyways, what is the point of order? Whenever there is a factual inaccuracy. Alright, what is a factual inaccuracy? If somebody says something that is not a fact, you can raise a point of order. And in the same pattern, you have to say, okay, it goes like this. Let's say the United States are turning on power and said the capital of India is Hyderabad. Okay, so what would obviously that's not a fact. So the delegate would typically raise this pattern and say point of order. The delegate of the United States of America said, quote, you have to quote exactly what he said. Said the capital of the India is Hyderabad, and then you unquote and say the actual fact. You correct him. You say, but whereas the capital of Hyderabad is Mumbai. Capital of Hyderabad is Delhi. Right? So then that point of order would be valid. The same way, anybody raises a point of order. Especially in this community, the scope for point of orders is very high because if somebody says anything past their free state and that is not valid in committee, that is a point of order. Alright. So which is why you need to listen to another delegate's speech. Because we have to figure out if he is making any factual mistakes. Next is a parliamentary inquiry. Again, a complex name for something that means if you have a doubt regarding procedure, as if you don't know how to raise a motion, you forgot how to raise a motion, you want to know who's the next speaker, or anything like that, you want to know when break is, when lunch is, you can raise a point of parliamentary inquiry to ask any doubt regarding procedure. All of what I'm teaching you right now is procedure. So any doubt regarding procedure, you can raise a point of parliamentary inquiry. And the last point, and one of the most used points, is the point of information. Now you know how I told you in GSLs the advantage is you can ask questions. So essentially in a GSL, if a delegate has a lot of time left and they want to yield it to points of information, you can ask questions to the delegate and expect responses. Best part is you can send points of information via chit. On the chit you can write POI, point of information, from which delegate to which delegate, and via AB. If you want us to read it, you have to write via AB. If not, don't write via AB. Okay, and then write your question. Again, a point of information via chit is equally marked as somebody who ends up and gives the point of information. Okay? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What if we want to make a speech but we don't want to answer questions?
Then don't email the points of information. Okay? Guys? Yes, sir.
The page date is on 1950 and the internet did not exist then. So like how do we say this?
Right, so obviously your sources would be something plucked out from newspapers or anything like that. You have to find out if it's on the internet, that means there's a hard material source for it as well.
Okay.
Yeah. may not be that historically accurate as well. Okay, you guys. Oh, secondly, you guys can use internet through our committee. I have no restrictions to internet. Absolutely feel free to use internet through our committee. But if the OC finds you using Instagram or just playing games or anything like that, either you're going to come up here and compete with Hebrew for a high score, or you're not going to play that game again. Okay? If you're playing a game, then we have the boss to come up here and compete for high score. Okay? Apart from that, yes sir. No, we're not doing YouTube comments. Nice sir. Sir, you had a question?
After writing the check, like how do you pass it on if you want to tell?
Right. So how do you send a check? You just raise your hand with the check visible, and one of the 5 OC members here is going to come get that check and give it to us. Okay? Is that clear, guys? So, if you guys have to participate whenever you can. If you feel like, okay, I'm not being recognized, send as many checks as possible. Okay? Now moving on, did you cover all the 4 points? Everybody clear? Okay, I'm just explaining the procedure for you to understand. Okay? You can just genuinely read this whenever you have a doubt. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Can I yield it to someone?
Yeah, definitely, I'm getting to that. So there's something called yields. So yields only happen in a GSL. In a GSL, it's a 90-second speaker time, right? And let's say you only spoke for 45 seconds. You have 45 seconds left. The point is like this, okay? I am controlling comedy time. I have the entire 2 hours in my hand. So whenever it's your chance to talk, I am giving you 90 seconds of the comedy time. So when you are voting as the only 45, then you have to also decide the purpose of the remaining 45 seconds. As in, do you want to give it to another delegate, or do you want to give it back to me? You can give it back to me, or you can also give it to something called points of information, where other delegates will ask you questions. Okay. The point is that the only criteria is when you yield it to another delegate, you can't just surprise United States, you have 45 seconds, start talking. You can't say that. The delegate of USA needs to know in advance. If you tell him beforehand, always saying, I'm going to yield time to you, so be ready. Okay. So whenever you are yielding to another delegate, ensure that that person knows before only. That they are not surprised by the fact that you just yielded them time. Okay. Again, when you read the 4th thing that you yield to governments is something we're not entertaining in this committee. It's out of procedure in this committee. Okay. We don't follow yield to governments. So again, the 3 years are to other delegate, the delegate knows beforehand. You have the points of information where you are opening yourself up to answer questions by other delegates, and you back to EB, where you give time back to me. And remember the fact that you should yield it back to EB. We can decide to give it back to points of information. So don't yield it back to the EB and attempt to not answer questions. Okay. So if you feel like that speech deserves some questions, then we will definitely yield it back to points of information. Secondly, being asked questions after the speech is not a sign that the speech was bad. Remember that. Okay. In no shape or form, being asked questions does not mean that the content or the way you said the speech is informed. Being asked questions is just how you debate. If they have anything, let's say they want to understand your opinion on something, maybe in your speech you were unclear, they found something that they did not understand. Anything can be a point of information. And please refer to each other as delegates representing countries and not in first person. Whatever I, you, we, don't use that. Always follow, keep calling yourself as delegates because you have to keep that formal level of decorum within the committee. Alright. Guys, you guys are actually representing a country. You're ensured the only reason within your MUN is if you follow your country's best interests. Does not matter. If your country does not, let's say, it goes against peace, and in their particular agenda does not want to peace but wants to instigate war, then continue to instigate war. Don't feel like, I'm here to create peace, how can I do war? No. If your country's historically objective is to instigate war in a particular situation, then you are expected to do the same. Okay? So do what your country specifically wants you to do. Okay? And whoever who is aligning with what your country's interests are,
become allies with them. Okay, don't just become allies and oh yeah, you guys have to go there first, Oman's friends and allies and enemies, and you have bring the list of friends. It doesn't work like that. We don't know what countries allies were in 1950, in 20th of June 1950. There is no way for us to know as well. The best way you can put is understand what another delegate is speaking, and if your opinions align, then work together. Here, the only way any UN committee works, any UN committee works, is international cooperation. Again, big word for something that means you guys need to work together. Okay, if you don't work together, research together, then there is no point. Experienced delegates help delegates how to research. The point is, we can't help them research from an EB point of view. But as a delegate point of view, you can definitely help them research, teach them how to research. Don't do the research for them. Teach them how to research, how to interpret things, and you'll be good. Okay? Again, there is no list of valid information sources. As long as your argument as to why that source is valid is good, then any source is valid. Alright? Yes, sir. From the notebook. So essentially you have your notebook, right? So you tear a page out of it, fold it into a paper. It's like this, okay? You fold it into a paper, the contents of which will be inside. On the outside you have to write from who you're sending it to, and if you want the EP to see it or not. So say via EP, or just don't write anything. If you don't write via EP, that means they won't give it to us. But if you want us to read it, and if you want it to go on formal record, then you write via EP. Okay? Yes, ma'am. No, you can refer to yourself as the delegate.
Go to my country as what part I played in it.
Ma'am, you can say what part the delegate played in it. Alright, again, another unique procedure that only happens in DISEC/ESS is substantive chits. Now again, another complex name. So in the chit if you write your speech, and on the top of the chit if you write substantive chit, that means you didn't have a chance to talk, so you're sending your chit via speech. So your speech via chit. Right? If you want to send your speech via chit, you can write a substantive chit. But the point is that chit is only considered if you are genuinely not getting the opportunity to talk. So getting the opportunity to talk, then substantive chits won't be considered as much. So the vice chair here, she is tracking something called a recognition sheet, where she is tracking exactly how many times each person is getting to talk. And at the end of that, we understand whose substantive chits to look into, whose substantive chits are invalid. Okay? So try and speak in committee as much as possible, and if you can't, then send in a chit with your speech. You can ask points of information via chit, you can send point of orders via chit. Chit is one of the most interesting and the most under
live stream.
So fine. Put on OC group the coffee. On the OC group message coffee.
which gives them just more innovation. What things to try is our first stage try lastly, no side for regulation changes come you won't get ready for
Actually, I don't know. Honestly, everything I do. Only tell me you're not going to get help. That's why you got. I'm going to apply all this time. When he says he will come,
must be. Basic point and Aston Martin. मेरी rebrand मेरी तो Ferrari बनी Toro Rosso बनी Ferrari से start Toro Rosso बना फिर अच्छा ये वो के साथ but he's passionate racing racing was supposed to be friendly, but the rebrand went to always attached. Yeah, 17 from the agenda. 7. Can you just keep on letting go? 16. Aston Martin, the points they set were kind of followed. So, Aston Martin, technically we are 60, so the Aston Martin. best right now. Pass हो जाता है मेरा 3 hours new technical innovation, engagement, user active partnership, Southeast Asia, because like teams from there have been interested in
Did you guys have a problem with mod? Yeah. So he Afnan asked you guys for some moderate caucus topics. Did you guys come up with anything? Yeah. 3. Okay. What are they? Like, just write them down. They're not formal statements.
The advantages and disadvantages of a 11 scheme on the grid.
Yeah.
The financial implications that and the Concord agreement is the second.
And third one?
Upliftment of existing teams.
Okay, are there any motions on the floor? I'm looking for a motion to re-enter into the formal session.
Question honor motions to re-enter formal session.
Motions in order. Panel discussion, the EV that motion passes in our formal session. The next speaker in the GSL is Andrea Seidel. You have 90 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Andrea Seidel and the team principal of Formula 1. I am honored to speak about our journey in our partnership with FIA, the organization that ensures our sport remains at the forefront of excitement, innovation, and fairness. Joining Formula 1 is a significant achievement and a clear sign of Audi dedication and excellence and our team passion for motorsport. We are excited to be part of this elite team. Audi's decision to enter Formula 1 is a major milestone in the world of motorsport and represents a significant commitment. By participating in one of the most technological advanced sports in the world, we aim to push the boundaries of what is possible in car design and performance. Formula 1 is a global sport with a massive audience. Our presence will provide them with significant exposure and marketing opportunities, helping them to strengthen their brand on an international scale. Our participation as another strong competitor on the grid, increasing the level of competition, making our races more thrilling for fans, and adds another competitive element, making.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 20 seconds left. How do you use your time?
Any questions on this speech? Any questions and points of information to the delegate or to the representative from Audi? Right. Delegate, ma'am, could you just repeat your first point about how Audi is enthusiastic to join Formula 1? It's just a summation of that.
Joining Formula 1 is a significant achievement and a clear sign of Audi's dedication to excellence and our deep passion for motorsport. We are excited to be part of this elite team.
So, just for my understanding, for our understanding, Audi is joining this in order to, of course, like any other company, boost their sales as well. Right? How do they plan to do this? Considering that Formula 1 and the related teams, if I'm looking at Mercedes or McLaren, have followed a line of certain displacement 6-cylinder engines which are connected to an induction system, turbocharger. Audi doesn't do that. They have smaller 4-cylinder engines that are connected to turbocharger. In some cases, they're not. So how does this benefit Audi from a production perspective? You can get back to me. You can take your time and research on this and get back to me. But I expect an answer by end of day. Okay? How does this benefit your production line? Considering that you have a very different engine format that compared to other companies and stuff. Like for example, if I remember, do we have representative from Ferrari here? Back there. Right. So the 296 GTB has a 6-cylinder engine that's turbocharged. Right. That is in line with your Formula 1 aspirations as well. You have a turbocharged 6-cylinder engine with high displacement. Right. A small port engine. Audi doesn't have that. So that's what I'm looking for. From a sales perspective, how does this benefit you? Essentially. You can use the day. Get back to me by the end of the day. I expect a check. Okay? Please.
Are there any points on the floor? Are there any motions on the floor?
But we had a couple.
Yeah, we think we're going to use it in the second session.
Makes sense. Alright, so just for this is kind of a background as to how I chair, just so you understand. Now I believe that some questions I might ask you sometimes might be like a bouncer. Might not have the answer ready, which is fine. I don't expect you to know everything. I want you to research it. Because me asking you questions is not me saying that you don't know this. It is to point out to you that this is an avenue that you can research on. Does that make sense to everybody? I will question most probably everybody on some aspect of this speech because there is something of interest there. Right? Now, of course, I would ideally expect the rest of your competitors to do that for me. But if that is not the case, then I'll do it. And it is not to point out faults in your research, it's to help you research better. Yes, ma'am?
Oh, can you add my name to this?
Ma'am, we'll ask for that later.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah.
And also, if you really want to do it between, just send a check.
Do that way, actually, we can.
Rather than raise a point.
Right. So, again, considering that we don't have any motion, we'll have to revert back to this GSL. Keep in mind that, look, either this or that has to happen, guys. I can't expect you guys to not have both forms of debate and then have productive committee session. It doesn't work like that. You know? So, I believe we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people as of now.
And if the GSL is exhaustion, that's the end of committee.
Yeah, I got it.
We have to have something going on.
And we'll ask at max 2 speakers before, preferably before that. So right now we've given you about 6 speakers notes. Anybody else wishing to add their name to this GSM right now?
You add.
Anybody else as well? We've got 7 speakers in total after this.
Because most of these, our committee is about to end, so like you will have time to prepare. So you don't have any points right now that you can raise your hand and then just talk about it afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, just one little request to you as well, the rest of the committee. Raise your placards for the GSL. Let's do that motion right now. Let's come up with more later on, it's okay. Let's see if we can pass it and please get into debate. Add enough GSL. Add all of these names, if you can, please. Unless they're already there.
Okay. Once again, we're looking for motions. Christian Horner followed by Toto. Now we're going to go in the order of disruption. So Christian Horner, what's your motion?
Christian Horner motions to suspend formal debate and enter into a moderated caucus on the topic the benefits and the drawbacks of adding an 11th constructor to F1 for a total time period of 20 minutes and an individual speaker time of 60 seconds.
Thank you, Delegate. Toto will follow that motion. Same motion.
Any different time? No. This is what, 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yours?
Same.
It's okay, just move on.
Point of personal privilege. What was the speaker time?
160 seconds.
What point do you guys for?
Can we ask to have a right to reserve a speaker spot?
If you raise it, then I will encourage you to either reserve your right to speak or speak first. You can't speak last. So you can reserve your right if you like, not a problem. Please keep in mind that this is only for the author of the moderated forms, not for everybody. So yes. Any other motions? Anything else? Right.
Okay, now we're voting on the motion raised by Christian Horner on benefits and drawbacks of adding new teams with a total time period of 20 minutes, and the individual speaker time of 60 seconds. All those for this motion. All those against? This motion clearly passes. We're now in a moderate caucus on the topic benefits and drawbacks of adding new teams. We'll be recognizing speakers from the moderate caucus. Would you like to reserve your right to speak or speak first?
Reserve my right.
All those wishing to speak in the moderate caucus, please raise your cards. Matthew Tognarali. Toto Wolf. Russell Cooley. Zach Brown. I can't see your cards. Kyron Pilbeam. Mike Crack. Oliver Hoffman. Oliver Hoffman. Ryan Eisen. John Sutton. Andrew Green. Andreas Seidel. Beautiful. These are the colors. And last, Patricia Moncade.
Point of personal privilege. Can I get a charge of the charge of the
What do you guys do? You want to write your name? Yes. Okay. Rosie Wade. Wade. That's 12 speakers. The modern caucus has 20 speakers, so we'll recognize more speakers after. The first speaker in this modern caucus is Matthew Tognarali.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed delegates. The inclusion of the new team must enhance and not dilute the competitive integrity of Formula 1.
Delegate, the IP is requested that you please speak louder.
Would you like a mic?
The inclusion of a new team must enhance and not dilute the competitive integrity of Formula 1. While other teams might have an impressive track record in other racing series, it does not guarantee immediate success in F1. The sport's complexity and the competitiveness of it is unparalleled. Allowing a new team that has no guarantee of its ability to compete at the same level as established teams could lead to a situation where the grid becomes polarized, diminishing the excitement and unpredictability that the fans and we as the teams cherish. In conclusion, while the idea of welcoming Andretti into Formula 1 is intriguing, it is essential to consider the long-term effects on the sport's dynamics, infrastructure, competitive integrity, financial stability, and overall quality. At this moment in time, the potential risks outweigh the benefits. Therefore, I urge this committee to consider the implications of the decision on the world of F1 before taking a step that might alter the landscape of Formula One as a whole?
Thank you, Delegate. You have no, this one. Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points of information? And the next speaker is Toto Roland. So yeah, that's for 6 seconds.
I would like to talk about the idea going around that an American team, or suppose a team from a country, would bring in more fans from that country. And I would totally disagree with this opinion because I would like to put forward 2 examples here. One is the example of Fernando Alonso, the boom that he had created in Spain after he had won the 2005 and 2006 World Championship is a lot. And also another one is Sergio Perez. The amount of craze for Formula One in Mexico has significantly increased after Sergio Perez had joined a top team like Red Bull. So thus I feel a team from a country does not make as much of an impact as a driver from a country.
Thank you, sir. Points well noted. The next speaker is Zach Brown.
Gachibowli.
My apologies, Russell Cooley.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be standing here with you. The fact that there are new competitors joining us on the grid is surely exciting, but sure people think that it might degrade the competitiveness of the people on the grid. But think about it in the long term. What if when they catch up? It would increase the competitiveness. It would create new rivalries, new duels on the Grand Prix. So I believe that new teams should be allowed on the grid.
Yes, thank you. Would you entertain a question from the executive board? Sir, just now your teammate said that it would not be beneficial. Toto Wolf, your team boss, just now said that it would not be beneficial for your team to add new competitors to the sport. However, you just contradicted that statement. How would you justify this?
Because I felt that it would increase the more people get into Formula One.
But sir, you're contradicting your own team's point of view. How would you justify that? Your team has just said the opposite of what you're saying. Are you saying that the people in your team are not smart enough to have a good opinion on this topic?
No, not at all.
But he contradicted what you said, sir.
I'll make sure to fire him.
Oh. Okay, now next speaker is Zach Brown. So you have 6 seconds.
As the CEO of McLaren Racing, I believe that we should encourage more manufacturers to join the grid. One of the positives, I believe, is the new scientific innovation that might arise. The example which I would like to bring forward is the 2009 Braun GP, which introduced the double diffuser, which not only raised the level at which the cars could race, it also brought success to the constructor. Although it's a very specific example as they were powered by Honda, I do believe the addition of new teams would bring more scientific innovation and more competitive racing.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Kieran Pilby.
Delegate, start. What did you mention about the double diffuser?
That Braun GP brought for the double diffuser. Or they were the first ones to bring for the double diffuser.
Was it Braun GP or was it Honda before they bought them?
No, it was Honda.
Double diffuser, but
yeah.
Braun
Exactly.
Braun,
Yes.
Right. Now I will continue.
Esteemed Chair and fellow delegates, as we look at the advantages and disadvantages of adding a new team to Formula One, some disadvantages seem very significant, like the dilution of money distribution being unfair. I think the fact that money distribution will change will make every team compete harder and strive even harder for victory. Along with this, a new team in F1 means more drivers will get the opportunity to drive cars, because we see now that drivers like Lance Stroll, no offense, are taking up a seat, and they probably shouldn't be. So along with this, A new team in F1 means more drivers will get the opportunity to drive cars, which in turn means that the fan base of F1 will hopefully increase. Thank you.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Our right to reply is limited.
Well, the right people, yes.
Yeah. No.
Do we have Lawrence Stroll in we have anything to...
You don't want to say anything about him insulting your son?
And also, wait, Renault said this, right? Renault appealed. Lawrence Stroll was part of Renault's Formula 3000 program when he was a kid.
There's a reason why he's not there anymore.
I would say the bigger reason is that his dad owns a team now.
Yes, only one speaking.
Okay. My crack.
F1 has had its fair share of accidents over its history because of an extremely cramped road. I believe that 20 cars on the road already heightens the chances of lethal conflict. Adding two cars will make that scale over. New teams can replace teams which have shown that they have not been up to par to present competition. Massive adjustments will have to be made to all the racetracks to accommodate just a few more cars. I don't think that this is viable. Thank you.
Point of personal IP, could you repeat the last statement?
I think this is viable.
Just repeat your last point.
This is not viable.
Massive adjustments would have to happen to the racetracks.
And the racetracks, like infrastructure, all right.
Okay. The next person is Oliver Hoffman. So you have to go. You want a mic or do you speak louder?
All this dilemma because we're...
Did you just say? Okay, dilemma. Go ahead.
All this dilemma because a new team is joining in Formula 1. We believe that it's an advantage for everyone, viewers, and especially us, the team. Hence one of our reasons why we're stepping in. I would like to talk about the advantages of why it's an advantage for Audi joining Formula 1. Number one, as mentioned before, it's a well-known brand, so more it will create an interest for viewers to watch the sport more, hence more flow of income. And why is it that a new team, a 11th team joining, causing a huge effect on the system that sport? As this is not the first time about it, right? And also, with respect to any team or any racer, recently there's this controversial about Saints joining Delegates, and according to the fans poll, not many of them are happy regarding the change from Ferrari to Williams. So us Audi stepping in can create a better opportunity and more scope for an amazing potential driver such as Mr. Saints.
Thank you.
Yes, so 60 seconds. Just one clarification. I think Audi is okay with another team joining, other teams as well, like Cadillac for instance, maybe BMW and joining the grid, right? Am I on the same page as you? Are you okay with other teams joining? I wanted to know the reason behind the difference. When Audi won the Le Mans in 2012, Audi R8 and CDI won the Le Mans first two and three. You appealed to the FIA for removing BMW from the hypercar category. Essentially, you have in the very recent past, let's say a decade, protested against manufacturers joining the series where you might be competitive. Why has that outlook changed? You've done that with BMW, you've done that with Porsche, despite them being from the same umbrella group company. You've appealed to the FIA. So why the sudden change in outlook? What's the paradigm shift? I'm waiting for that.
The next speaker is a royal person.
So, as my fellow teammate gave the example of Lance Stroll, who has the advantage of racing as his father also did in F1, which is unfair to other teams. Adding a new team may increase the popularity of F1 because Lance is not popular amongst fans. He's not at all popular, he's considered as a cheat. It may add new ideas, strategies, and technological advancements. Thus, I and my team believe adding a new team is beneficial for in the long term.
Yes.
She mentioned that.
What point is this? I don't. It's not
Wonderful. Yeah. She just mentioned that Lance Stroll does not have a good following with the fans, but I would like.
This is highly opinion.
Yeah.
This is highly opinion. I can't rule on that.
What is be like fully define something? Define.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't say something on your opinion.
Can I answer to that?
No, you don't have to answer anything. Sit down. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Andrew Green.
John Sutton.
A new team in Formula One will always be an exciting championship. Though having an extra team can lead to a financial impact, as a representative of Audi, we ourselves are a new team. Although the addition of new manufacturers can increase the views on Formula One, but I believe that extra manufacturers will also lead to a disruption in money distribution. Because Audi ourselves are a new team, it will be a bit hard for us to begin, because when we race, the money we make out of racing may not be as much as we need to continue our team. Got it?
Okay, that's fair. You said it on the group. Just a small question. You mentioned at the starting of your speech that it might not be very permissible for new manufacturers to run Formula One. And yet here you are. That's the first thing. First. Then going forward, development-wise, you said that you struggle because of the fact that you're a new team on the grid. Audi has a flourishing hypercar program in the World Endurance Championship. Are there not learnings that you can pick up from there, considering that there's a very similar system when it comes to the engine setup there as well?
Yeah. Because that, though these two are very similar, right? Some things may have to be changed. So, okay, for me myself, personally, I don't have so much knowledge, but what I can say is that, like, it's not very similar because I think you say the aspect of racing in these two different things are a lot more challenging. I mean, first 1 to 2 hours of Formula One is a lot challenging, right? So, yeah, can you repeat your question?
Okay, so essentially you have a flourishing hypercar program here in the World Endurance Championship. You've got multiple championships across that. Now, there are a lot of learnings that you can pick up when it comes to the hybrid system and its implementation across different racing genres. Right? So that's what I wanted to ask you about. Since you already have a good one, why not just learn from it? You can just upscale. So I believe that is also the plan that Audi has, in fact. But all right, fair.
Andrew, the next speaker is Andrew Green.
Good morning to my fellow chief engineers, esteemed team principals, and leaders of the world of Formula One racing. I'm Andrew Green, and as we're discussing and contemplating the positives and negatives of the decision of adding a potential new manufacturer, I think it's very important to evaluate the consequences first. There's an argument that's been made that more viewership and popularity in places like the United States could be a result of Andretti being added to the grid. However, there are already 3 races in the US, and viewership numbers have doubled since 2018. And historically, the allure of Formula One has intrigued and tempted many different constructors from different backgrounds. But many times, these results have not been positive. Even with giants like Toyota, with deep pockets, have struggled to compete. The addition of new teams in 2010 reinforced these repeated struggles, and although they showed short-term results, they could not sustain any success. These instances accentuate the challenges faced with the addition of new teams and show that they should be deliberated very carefully.
Yes. So in your speech, I think, sir, you mentioned about how it might not necessarily require a manufacturer for there to be a fan base in a nation, because you've already got a couple of races. Yeah. Taking Ford's example from the 60s, it was a national of the state attracted viewership towards Ford when they were battling Ferrari at Le Mans or other endurance races. It was the brand Ford. Cadillac stands for speed, reliability, and endurance as well. So, do you not think that this would probably benefit the grid when it comes to increasing viewership, when it comes to a die-hard fan base that might not be millennial in nature, much older?
I think that although the point that you make about the fan base is correct, a lot of the fans that are joining F1 viewership and adding to these numbers are a lot younger, and this appeal may not extend to them completely.
In fact, that is precisely the reason I asked you that question. You're missing out on the older fan base because you're incorporating a newer model. That's what I wanted to know. So what do you think about that? Because Cadillac is a historic brand in motorsport. They've got, I think, a couple of victories at Daytona, a couple of victories at Sebring as well. So they're established. So why aren't we looking at them as a viable option for you?
There's more factors that need to be considered other than purely the viewership and the popularity.
But doesn't the viewership popularity define how successful your company is? Your share price, your success as a team, as a company, rather than as a Formula One team. Isn't that defined by the viewership?
It is, and like I said, the numbers show that this viewership is increasing steadily. So even while considering that, I'm sure there will be initiatives and future decisions made to incorporate such an audience. But at the moment, I don't think it's the right decision.
The next speaker is Andrea Slider.
We'll get to one. Also, guys, the tapping scheme. I think this is right. So what I usually follow is, I think we might follow it as well. Most moderated caucuses, I think you know, are 1 minute. Maybe sometimes 30 seconds, sometimes 1 minute. Let's assume it's 1 minute. I will tap the gavel, or one of us will tap the gavel at 45, 2 taps at 55, and continue tapping after 60. So we have to conclude. Okay? That's for moderated caucuses. For general speakers list, and if there is an SSL, if there is a crisis, whatever it is, I'm not thinking about it, but if it is, then we would want to tap at 1 minute 10, and so it's 90 seconds. So 1 minute 10, 1 minute 20, single tap, double tap, and then 1 minute 30 we keep tapping. So just remember that when you're concluding your speech, don't go over the time limit. Right.
The next speaker is Andrea Slider.
What point?
Parliamentary. Will you be taking more names?
We will be
Yes,
taking more. Yes.
I already participated in that. Even develop new and fast technology that will enhance the.
You need to mic.
Yeah.
I can't.
already participating in the F1 already can develop new and fast technology that will enhance the road cars. Formula One is watched by millions of fans around the world. Audi's involvement will increase its global visibility. Competing in Formula One means working with the best engineers and designers. This will help Audi bring in and keep more talented people in. Formula One opens doors for Audi to partner with other companies and find new business deals, which can be good for the overall group. The challenges and successes in races can inspire Audi to create new and exciting models for their customers.
Yes, so again, like we said, we'll be taking a few names. I think we had Andreas Seidel speak right now, right? So we've got a couple. Before that, can anybody just point out the exact verbatim of the agenda to me? The exact verbatim, how it's given to you? Can you do that, please? Any one of you? Yes.
Discussing the new.
Can you shut the door, please? Yes.
Discussing the inclusion of new manufacturers on the Formula One grid in light of the 2026 regulations.
Precisely. Now, if you understand the verbatim of said agenda, I believe it is within our mandate, and it always is within our mandate, to discuss the 2026 regulations as well. Now, I am seeing one very specific thing happen, which is the economics of it. Right? The money is being talked, which is fine. But you can't talk about that for 3 days. There is much more that we need to add to this. Now, keep in mind that newer manufacturers coming in. This is, of course, I'm speaking about this from knowledge, it's not much electrical. You have situations where there are variations that are made to engine designs that might already exist. For example, I love the team, but Ferrari is 2018. I love the team. From the bottom of my heart, my favorite racing driver ever is from there. Every single driver I support has driven for Ferrari at some point or the other, except for Juan Pablo Montoya, he drove for BMW. But apart from that, yes. So essentially, it's a very steep team. They had amazing innovation. Same goes with Mercedes' active state. Fact is that innovation comes in when newer teams come in. It's not just about the economics. What I'm insinuating with this to you guys is, we can have a modcock on the 2026 regulations as well. I would in fact encourage you to do so. You guys, I know, have copies of the 2026 regulations. I heard a delegate there saying, can you send me a copy of this at the start of the debate? So I assume you guys have copies of the 2026 regs. I need that to be sent to everybody in the group. Do we have a WhatsApp group with you guys on it?
No, sir. You can make one right now.
Make one right now? Make one right now. Right? Add everybody there. Send the contacts. And you guys should be sharing this. I want a modcock on this. I expect it from you. Look, this is not like a traditional UN committee where I'm just a chairperson. I can't tell you. Yes, I can. Here I can and I will. And we will discuss in the 2026 regs because everybody has to be familiar with what we're talking about. Right now you're saying that a new time is coming up, so therefore new manufacturers, yes, no. I don't want that. I want there to be a technical discussion. Please raise your placards for the chairperson to dissect. Right. So I need this to be done within I think the next 1-2 hours. It's the first day. I don't want to put pressure on you. I need 2026 regs to be discussed, preferably tomorrow, because I understand it takes some time to go through. Can we do this together? You guys down to do this? Everybody? Yes? Alright, great. So for now, we'll take a few more names for this moderated caucus. I think we've got 12 as of now. Close to 14. So we've got 6 more. Who reserved the right to speak? Have you spoken? Good. So we have 5 names. Okay. So representatives wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Fred was slower. Fred was slower. Meeting. Fred was slower. FRED space. UASSE. Rob Marshall. Right. So,
yeah. Yeah, come back.
Right. So
anybody else?
Yeah. So these 2 names are due now. So Toto, is this the GSM? Okay, this is the one. Okay. So we've got 3 more speakers apart from Okay, so right. So we'll start with Fabrice. You have the floor.
In Williams, we recognize the potential on and the benefits of Audi's entry into F1, but we also have to believe that it should not be supported without understanding the full potential broader impacts that it might bring. The essence of Formula One lies within its competitive balance, diversity of the teams, so how they vary from one to another, and the equilibrium between all the teams. This not only creates the viewership to maintain and even in some cases increase, but it's also a way to bring sustainability into F1. As we are representative of Williams Racing, Chief Engineer, we should understand that the new entries into the sport should still include its core values and integrity of Formula One upheld for the benefits of all the stakeholders who are in it.
Point of personal privilege. Could please repeat the statement about sustainability?
So it's important that F1 maintains its core values that we've been underlying, as it is not only sustainable for the constructors and teams, but also for the viewership and people who have been watching, may it be from young people and
So essentially, you would probably oppose a move for new manufacturers to join Formula One.
they should be looking at broader impacts that it will bring that will be either to positive or negative.
If you could give it in one word, do you or do you not support the introduction of new manufacturers to the sport right now?
No.
When Sir Frank Williams incorporated Williams Racing in the 1970s and 60s, you were a small manufacturer that showed the world. You had 7-8 world titles that showed up that came to your constructors or your drivers' championships. You had one of the best racing cars of all time in the FW40 that Nigel Mansell took to victory at British Grand Prix and various other races that year. This is a small garage that ended up becoming one of the biggest racing teams in the world. Don't you think other teams require that chance? Or don't they deserve it?
They do require it, but there should be larger aspects. For example, we should all understand the negatives and the positives which are brought in. For example, we understand in the short term it might not be viable or sustainable. However, if you're looking at the longer term, it may or may not. As of now, we're unsure, but it depends on how people understand.
All right.
The next speaker is Ozzy Bay.
Okay, I just like to voice out a few opinions, right? Just simply having a big car company backing you does not necessarily guarantee success. Let's take a simple example for that matter. Simply because Renault backs Alpine doesn't mean they've done wonders. Or take Toyota for that example. If we also talk about sustainability, the overall logistics of bringing the Formula One team onto the grid directly contradicts F1's goal for carbon neutrality for 2030. Take tires for example. Getting additional teams onto the grid will just add significant carbon waste. Is that justified? As Tolu mentioned, simply because a team is based in a country doesn't guarantee that that's the most important factor in bringing additional fan base and investment, especially in Andretti's case, which is based in the US, and you already have 3 Grand Prix there. Is this short-term economic disadvantage really justified? Thank you.
Can you just elaborate on this? You said short-term economic.
Okay.
What was it? Can you just elaborate on that?
Okay. So I'll just say very simple things, right? You get a certain amount of money to distribute amongst the teams. Now, if you split it 10 ways and you're splitting it 11 ways, there's a huge difference.
So you're talking about the short-term economic disadvantages for the team specifically.
Exactly.
For the sport.
For the team specifically.
We have only 2 names left. We're going to recognize 3 more speakers for this moderate caucus. Those who wish to speak, please raise your cards. Guys, all of you voted for this. Like, it was pretty much unanimous.
Guys, like I said, if you need any guidance, if you need any, any opinions of ours on how to research or what to research on, you can tell us right now. I don't want it to be a committee where 3 people are dominating throughout the committee and then it gets bored. So, just tell me if there's anything that you want. So, yes, please.
What are the key factors of this all of the regulations?
I mean, look, the 2026 regulations do bring some paradigm changes around, but you can see whatever you do find important, you can discuss those aspects of it. You don't discuss the whole thing. Only the key areas.
Can we also include related to building logistics?
Yeah, of course. I leave that scope to you. You might want to discuss very specific aspects. I'd advise the moderated caucus to discuss the 2026 regulations at wide so that anybody can bring in points and stuff. Now, okay, I have seen slightly low competition. Is it something? Do you want any guidance from us? Is it anything related to the EV? Anything that you guys might want? I'm expecting a little bit of response. People who aren't competing and wanting to speak. Is the agenda too complicated? Anybody who finds the agenda complicated, raise your placards. I'm okay with it. I'll simplify it for you.
Like, there are like 3 types of regulations in the department. The financial regulations, the technical regulations, and the sporting regulations.
Yes.
Which one should we look more into?
Again, I leave that to you.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Completely to you guys.
Cover anything you want.
Yes.
So can we just discuss on the sustainability part of the regulation, what is
Yes, you can. Again, it depends on what you're defining as sustainability. What is the definition? Is it that is there argument such that if you include more teams, you'll be less sustainable? Is that what it is?
No, I'm just asking that surely the sustainability part will not be adding, there will be no fossil carbon will be burned anymore and there will be sustainability. Should we include that instead of the financial?
You could, yes, of course. No, that is an important point you have to discuss. Yes. Now again, the issue is that if you are going to discuss it, you need to understand its implications as well. There is no reason for a car to race unless there is some progress that is to be made from that down the line. If you look at modern car shapes, have you looked at cars in the 1960s? They look like boxes. That isn't the case anymore. Now, they look like boxes in the 1960s because in the 90s, 20s and 30s they were racing those exact boxes. The concept was evolving, right? So cars are sharper now, they're more aerodynamic, they're more fuel efficient, they're more environmentally sustainable and so on. Now, that will in fact greatly benefit the world if you have more number of manufacturers on the grid because that tech will bleed down to their manufacturing as well. Volkswagen, for instance. If you have a Volkswagen on the grid, that is the biggest car manufacturer in the world in terms of group companies and whatever the manufacturer.
Speaking purely from like a technical perspective, the engines that F1 cars have are around 50% efficient in terms of converting the fossil fuels into energy.
Which is the most efficient thing derived in the world.
And that engine is trickling down to our everyday road cars, which is having a sustainable benefit. So if there's more manufacturers, that means there's more innovation.
Exactly.
That could also be a point.
Because look, you might have a cost cap here. You don't have cost caps when it comes to developing a car for the road. They will spend as much as they have to on that, which is great for us. As a sustainable, better world, let's say. Right?
And as individuals also.
Exactly. So just keep that in your mind as well when you're discussing the regulations. I want a moderated focus on this. Okay. So again, going back to selecting people for this moderated caucus, we expect a few more. So any representatives wishing to add their names to the list?
Yeah.
Anybody right now? Nobody? Okay, we'll come back to you guys. How many speakers do you have? So we have 3 plus Christian.
Yeah, no, we have 2 plus.
Has he spoken?
No, yeah, 2 plus.
So 2 plus Christian. We have 1 slot. Let's see. So for now, I will adjourn committee. We have lunch in about 3 minutes. I expect you guys to take some time to walk down. Keep in mind that during lunch, if you finish up, you can probably come back and at least understand what you guys want to talk. On the first day, your speech will be just your team's opinion. Keep that in mind, okay? You don't need to worry. Your GSL speech will be your team's opinion. Moderated caucus will be what you guys have discussed together and come to us. Okay? Yeah? Take this break. Yes?
So is lunch reduced to half an hour or is it only 2:30?
Take it till 2:30. Just if you can try and finish up early, we'll come back and discuss. Sure. Come.
the PT to the P.
By the way, delegates, before we go ahead, can the delegate or the representative or the head of research approach the director? Head of research. All the details. Yeah, go on. Just keep it cancelled. Then you get a power. They would just not get it. We are spreading how things are really hard in the jar, how can power has to be correct. I mean, see, that's not wrong. That's a random speech head of state can give us its right. It's not a COVID letter. It should be overdone. So I don't want that doesn't really like again, you get what I'm saying, right? The propaganda is doing that, it's just gonna make a little bit of change, sure. But it doesn't really impact the flow of country, especially them as well. But it will calm down, it will calm down your civilians. That's the max that it can do. But if you show that you're strong, way stronger than they are, it's going to cause their civilians to be disturbed. And that's much better than this. Whatever I'm trying to explain. Your civilians will be calm as much as they can, unless they do something to like cause the distress. So you, as a research can create a make yourself very strong and destroy. So basically just can they don't want to lose their life. So you could stress on like you don't know that just give me an example. So you can be very particular that attack their cities, the back of the riots and etc. And then it breaks down the military. That's not really sometimes just an idea because it's well the details of it is perfect. It's just the idea of it really like approaching the point. Maybe later on, yes. If there's distress, then yes, make sure. Not the distress, not that. Consistency is good. So I think the second plan that you said that would be better for the union. That is one of them. That's still on the defense. That's you. See, that is still being defensive by showing that you are strong. Yeah. You should say I'm strong. Those practices being different. Also, I kind of check
Yeah, I know we all are that's right.
You want a parlay?
Delegate, one more thing. I think wait once again. I think it's better if you rephrase it as a pathway.
I got it. Is there a separate key or what you're doing? I don't think so.
I told him it's okay.
I didn't
I told him there is no secretary one. Mention OKW.
Make it parlay.
Look at this. It's going to be interesting.
Okay, see. Mention why you want it.
Oh.
Instead of at least a brief. Make it easier for us to understand. And the 3 delegates, like that's a lot. Try to keep it as short as possible. Don't take too many delegates out. Very disruptive. And let us refresh our get back here.
So, you're on coffee.
Yes.
Should I rephrase it as a party?
No, it's fine.
Anna, ఇది లైవ్ స్ట్రీమ్ ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది? ఎక్కడ?
It's on the website.
Yeah, but then it's not reading the result. Okay, let's restart. So we'll go for
Ma'am, 3 is too many. Can you make it at least 2? Yeah, either one of the okay or okay. That's up to you. I would suggest okay edge. Because he's doing the same way to go on. Thank you. Not there.
and please try your best for a long time. It'll just make discussing the updates easier.
Yeah, we do.
What?
I will not do first. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll get back to the special speakers list, and we have the Chief of Navy. Have you spoken? No, yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, we're good. We can start.
Good afternoon, delegates. Throughout the war, the Union's naval forces were vital in maintaining maritime supremacy and defending the allied nation's strategic objectives. Protecting important maritime routes, escorting military and commercial carriers, and effectively shutting off the enemy's supply lines were all part of our accomplished mission. The Union Navy proved to be incredibly resilient and adaptable, taking part in pivotal combat and amphibious operations that influenced the direction of the war. As the Chief of Naval Forces, our efforts provided crucial support to ground and air forces and helped secure the sea street. The strategic foresight and bravery of the naval forces were instrumental in the eventual triumph of the allied nations, underscoring their indispensable contribution to the war effort. As we navigate these treacherous waters, we must remain resolute. Our strength lies not only in our fleets but in our unity, our shared vision. In this undertaking, the chiefs of naval forces of the United States and other allied nations exhibited outstanding leadership and strategic vision.
Thank you, Delegate. You have about 17 seconds. Okay, yeah. What's the point of order?
The delegates mentioned eventual triumph of the allied nations. However, the allied nations are not one another.
What? Sorry?
The delegate mentioned quote unquote eventual triumph of the allied nations. However, the allied nations haven't won anything.
Yeah, eventual. Eventually.
No, she
That's
said.
not a fact. She said eventually we will. Let it be tried also, so what? That's her opinion.
No, I mean, I'm not completing a statement, but she said it in like. She said it as in like we won the. Can she repeat her statement?
Okay, what's the statement?
You know your triumph of the Allied nation. Like the Navy was essential to the event.
No, yeah, just tell your statement first.
Yeah. In this undertaking, the chiefs of naval forces of the United States and other allied nations exhibited outstanding leadership and execution.
No, not that one. The eventual triumph of the Allied nation.
No.
Okay, let it be, even if she said that also. There's nothing wrong with saying eventual triumph of the Allied nations. Eventually we'll win. That's what you should say when you're in a war. Guys, and one more thing, I hope you got the invite for the WhatsApp group. So I'll just be forwarding all the updates there now. I hope you guys have received all the updates too now. Yeah.
We will require internet to access the update.
On your phone, you can just check WhatsApp, that's fine.
Any speech going on right now?
Yeah, one more about
So, delegates, just remember, when you request for parley, the other representative or the head or the director, whoever it is, has always had the right to deny. They can say we don't want to meet. It will be informed if they say that, but I'm just giving them a heads up. Delegates are in unbound for 5 minutes, but the discussion will be.
The diversity and accepted similarities of different countries and backgrounds. There is no official rule about it, but the only way to end war and to find somewhat peace is through dialogue and diplomacy. I still stand by that.
Thank you. About 45 seconds before you ask a question.
I would like to use my time to give experts.
Okay. Allied supply.
As the Director of Allied Supply and Procurement, my primary focus is to ensure that our mutual forces are well equipped to face the challenges ahead. In these difficult times, our success depends on efficient resource allocation, logistics, and teamwork among our allied nations. By strengthening our supply lines and boosting industrial output, we can ensure that our troops have the necessary weapons, vehicles, and equipment to sustain their efforts across various fronts. We also prioritize the innovations and collaborations of technology to enhance our capability and address resource shortages. Together, through unity and resilience, we can secure victory and pave the way of a future defined by peace and civilization.
The USSR now has reason to attack Germany without violating their foreign policy. This means that one side is going to have to make a move. I would rather it be us and not the Axis powers. The Soviets will definitely soon launch an attack, and when they do, we must also attack and create a Western front, while the Russians fight on the Eastern front. Germany will have to stretch their resources to fight on both fronts and will become weaker. This means that will have a much better time fighting against the weakened army than try and fight them at full force head on. We must act swiftly and decisively to exploit this strategic opportunity. By launching a coordinated offensive against Germany from the west, we can force the German military to divide its forces, weakening them considerably. This will alleviate immense pressure on the Soviets, and it will most likely increase chances of a decisive victory for the Allies. It is imperative that we coordinate our efforts with the Soviet Union to ensure maximum effectiveness. Open lines of communication and intelligence sharing are essential for success. We must also prepare for the possibility of a prolonged conflict and the challenges of fighting on multiple fronts. By taking the initiative and attacking Germany on two fronts at once, we can significantly increase our chances of defeating the Axis powers and securing a lasting peace. Failure to act on this newfound opportunity could have long-lasting consequences. Sorry. Thank you.
And we have Air Force.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates, our actions today will determine the course of this war and the future of our world. Let us reform and commitment to unity and cooperation. Ensure.
Can I speak? Can I go there?
That's not possible. We can
No, I mean, I can't read in front of everybody else.
come after speech. Yeah.
Ensuring that our Air Force remains a beacon of hope and strength in this turbulent times. The freedom and peace we seek depend on our collective resolve and unwavering determination. To achieve this, we must embrace innovation and adaptability. For advanced radar systems to be more effective engines and improved armor. Every advancement brings us closer to securing our skies and achieving victory. Finally, we must remain vigilant and proactive in addressing emerging threats. The German powers are relentless in their pursuit of dominance, and we must be equal in their defense of freedom by staying ahead of their advancements and continuously improving our own capabilities. We can ensure that our force remain a formidable barrier against their training. Moreover, we must recognize the importance of morale and support our airmen. These brave individuals put their lives on the line every day. We owe it to them to provide not only the best equipment, but also the psychological support they need. This includes ensuring that their families are cared for and their sacrifices are honored.
Air Force.
Okay, so perfect. Your action. Okay, delegates, on a special request, on a special request, the head of research has to be giving the speech right now. Then we'll go on to the Secretary of War.
It's very important information, and
what is the name of that? What is the name of that person that I spoke with?
chief in command of here, HEER.
Based on the information given to me by the Chief of Command of HEER here, I have been told that German troops are mobilizing along the Magnolia line head on straight through the border. Italians are aiding this by sending military support. OKH and OKW have decreased the budget for the Krieg, whatever that is. Krieg was all she told. They are not reinforcing their borders against France. Italy is not reinforcing its borders with France.
Is that it? Thank you, Head of Research. Are there any point of information?
Can I ask a question?
They can't answer. But like now you elapsed your time. Delegates willing to ask a point of information to the Head of Research.
Can we get the thing, Chair? Can we get the update so we can...
It's not an update. So I'll explain what just happened. Delegates. So the Head of Research had a covert party in Jakarta with Chief of Command of here, and whatever they discussed, they exchanged information, and whatever he got is what he announced. That's the information they have received.
And from what I can see from the note is, they are mobilizing German troops through Mongolia.
Magnolia line.
Or the Magnolia line. Head on straight through the Barber. The Barber? What's straight through the Barber?
Border.
Oh, border. Okay. And there are, I'm assuming these are battalions.
Italians.
Oh, there are Italians which are...
If you want, I'll just go over.
It's okay. There are Italians which are aiding ties by sending military. OKH and OKW have decreased the budget for the Krieg. And to clear you up, Krieg is the Navy. The Kriegsmarine.
Yeah.
The Kriegsmarine is the Navy. It's not Greece, it's Kriegsmarine is the Navy of the German forces. Navy is called the Krieg. And they are not reinforcing their borders against France. Okay. And we'll send this on the group.
So I can ask you a question that we don't have.
It's a normal SSL speech. You can go back and sit down. Delegates, are there any Delegates, are there any point of information to whatever has been asked or announced? Secretary of War USSR followed by Secretary of War UK.
It's said in the thing that they're sending troops to Maginot Line, right? But also that they're not reinforcing their border with Germany. Maginot Line is on
Italy is not reinforcing its border with France.
Oh, okay, Italy.
Yeah. No cross, but yes, that's the answer. Secretary of War UK.
Have the troops already broken through the line, or are they still approaching?
There's not really any breakthrough yet, but there's an assumed aggression which will happen.
What will happen?
Have the troops broken through the border?
No, this is the chief in command has told Head of Research that this is exactly that might happen. Now again, just on a side note, it's up to you if you want to believe it or not. It can be the truth, it need not be the truth. And if it is the truth, you got a heads up on it. And if it isn't, then you're wasting your resources on something else. So it all depends on the rest of the committee on how you want to go about it.
Okay.
The Head of Research got this information.
And this is how much about you're trusting what you got. Are we doing first?
What about the other one?
And then I still have to raise income.
If you think it takes time, you tell me when it's done, then you take off.
I just answer now. Okay.
And you can comment. Delegate of USSR, or Secretary of USSR, ma'am, your speech. Go ahead. Stop.
This blatant aggression by Finland clearly shows Finland's intention to launch a war against USSR and not respect our territorial sovereignty. Hence, USSR announces that we will be launching a defensive war against Finland to protect our sovereignty and borders. We are planning on doing a full frontal invasion of Finland, and we will not be sparing any resources to stop this threat. We also are suspicious of the Finnish army's collaboration with Nazi Germany and are looking into how much the Nazis are involved in the Finnish army and to see if to evaluate if Nazi Germany is violating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. If we do find any violation of this, we will Nazi Germany will not be spared from the wrath of the Red Army and the Union Soviet Socialist Republic.
Thank you, Delegate. You have about 20 seconds left. Not let you get time. To the EB. Delegates, we had entertained 3 points of information to this speech. Are there any POIs on this speech? Any POIs? Would you like to entertain one from the executive board? How would you like to be voted that you are having a defensive war and you mentioned something about taking over Finland or capturing Finland? How does the Secretary of War of the USSR expect to do this while they're on the defensive front in the war?
We are launching a full invasion against Finland, but it is in defense of the USSR.
Is this overtly announced?
Yes.
And Finland can go first?
Yes.
Or the rest of the cabinet can go first?
The rest of the cabinet.
Okay.
So are you setting up war in Finland that will invade you?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you, Delegate. We'll be expecting a directive from you soon.
Yeah, so you're going to invade them? Yeah, we have propaganda. Does anyone else want to add their names as this? We'll do motions after this. Yeah, propaganda. One second.
Head of propaganda, now you can start.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, as the head of propaganda of Union of Nations, I stand before you at a pivotal moment in history. I emphasize the power of unity and truth in this time of crisis. The World War II has thrown our world into chaos. Fascist regimes like Nazi Germany and fascist Italy are rapidly expanding their influence, threatening the very principles of democracy and freedom. The recent invasion of Poland by Germany is a significant reminder of their reputation. Our approach must be multifaceted to stop the expansion. We need to coordinate our efforts and enhance our defenses mutually. From a diplomatic point of view, we need to strengthen our ties and make it very evident that Axis aggression will not be accepted. The Union of Nations, including the United Kingdom, France, the Soviet Union, China, and the United States, must stand united in our response. It's our duty to maintain clear, factual information that strengthens our resilience and allies. Cultural diplomacy is also crucial. Art, music, and literature can unite people in ways that policies cannot. Use these mediums to promote shared values and a common purpose. Together we can guide and build a future free from war. In conclusion, we stand at the crossroads. The choices we make will now shape the course of history. We must rise to the occasion, united in our determination to defeat the forces of fascism and uphold the values of democracy and freedom.
Thank you, Delegate. You have about 10 seconds left. How will you deal with it?
I'd like to yield to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate.
Secretary of War of the USSR, the Commander-in-Chief of the Kyiv is unable to attend the party. In her stead, she is sending the Commander-in-Chief of the Kriegsmarine. Do you accept this change in representative?
I spell correctly if you come
K-R-I-G-S-M-E-R-I-T.
Okay, that head of research, that's the spelling.
Guys, just copy from the allocation matrix, no? Or are you not allowing them access to that either?
Oh, okay.
They have internet.
Not user on phone.
Guys, just Google it. Ma'am, let's go. Where? Where should we take them this time?
Who is it?
Italy, Germany, Russia.
Salam.
Works.
Molly.
You guys see this one? I want to see that one. Just take it. Yeah, go.
Delegates, just give me 1 second, please. Okay, delegates, the next speaker we have, before we go to the next speaker, delegates willing to add their name to the special speakers list, please raise your placards. Delegates, please raise your placards. Guys, you realize that if the special speakers list is elapsed, that means we're done with the committee, we don't have to come to the next meeting. So it's you better speak.
Point of parliamentary.
Go on.
Can I raise a non-conflict?
No, when we ask for
Germany has symbol. Germany was a symbol of power during World War I, but Allies dismantled and destroyed. Though they did not want to stay, but Germany will stay on the offensive and will fight this war with all its might.
Thank you, David. You have 1 minute left. Next we have the Imperial Japanese Army General Staff.
Greetings, fellow delegates and executive board. As the chief of the Imperial Japanese Army's General Staff, I want to focus on Japan's unfair situation. We don't live in a perfect world, and ethical standards often don't help. When the Treaty of Versailles rejected our proposal for racial equality, it showed that the treaty was not about peace. It was a trick by the Western countries to make themselves look good, but they were actually being selfish. Despite our efforts in World War I, our gains were met with suspicion. The US and other Western countries have tried to limit us and impose unfair sanctions. They forced us to expand in East Asia and Pacific to ensure the resources we need to survive. We face discrimination and exclusion from the global order. Japan's actions are driven by the need for equality and respect. We will not let others dictate us. We must ensure the security and prosperity of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. You have 35 seconds left. I'll do that.
Delegate of propaganda? Minister of propaganda. Sir, would you wish to be added to the SSR?
Yeah.
We'll add you after the group work. Yes, sir.
Personal privilege. Where am I located in the list?
We are in Egypt.
Yes.
We have OKH followed by you. So, yes.
Is there any proof of the update that the Mela village in USSR?
That was the update, sir. That USSR has declared war on Finland because their village was bombed by Finnish people.
Chief of OKH.
So, yeah.
Honored delegates and the EB, today we address a grave and a troubling event in Meghalaya village incident in November 1939. Finnish forces utilizing the 15 centimeter K artillery, a weapon manufactured by Germany's Group, which was made in our territory, targeted Meghalaya village situated within the Soviet territory. This aggressive action represents a serious breach of the USSR sovereignty and an act of unwarranted aggression. The use of such heavy artillery against civilian and military targets not only violates the international norms, but also escalates the conflict between Finland and the Soviet Union. This incident has prompted the Soviet Union to declare an act of war, highlighting the urgency of addressing the situation on the global stage. We must collectively condemn this violation and work toward de-escalating the tension. The international community must come together and uphold the principle of sovereignty and peaceful resolution, ensuring that such breaches do not go unchecked. So we need to check all the breaches which can happen, and it is imperative that we advocate ourselves for immediate dialogue and resolution to prevent further conflicts and to uphold the integrity of the international order. Thank you.
Delegate of 25 seconds left.
I'd like to use it to the chair.
Thank you, sir. With that, are there any points on the floor? Yes, ma'am.
Delegates said November 19th, but our team November 4th. On Monday.
So could you repeat where you said November 19th?
November 1939 is what I thought.
Okay, so what did you, November 1939?
Yeah, that's what I got.
November 19th.
No, it's November 19th.
Point of order is not mine. Are there any points on the floor? Seeing none, are there any motions on the floor? Motion, yes.
With that, I would like to raise a motion to enter an unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes.
Sure. All delegates seconding the Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy General.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy General Staff's motion. All delegates seconding. You can't second your own motion. All delegates opposing. Seeing a lack of unanimous seconds. Delegates for. Delegates against. Delegates for. Delegates against. Delegates for. Against. For. Against. If one of you is not voting, you can't not decide to vote. For. Against. Motion passes. Sir, Minister of What Affairs? What motion are we voting on? Unmod. Right. What is your reluctance to vote? Like, I'm very confused. You vote for or against, you're not being marked for voting. Guys, 10 minutes.
When is velocity? I would like to answer that. Wait, how long is what I have? 7 minutes. How long is it going to be? How long is it going to be open for?
Until we see
No, technically you can. I want to. I just follow the you can't hear this. What were some ideas? Get out.
I can't deal with this.
One small question. What is the jet engine protocol? We have approved.
I have no idea. Zero clue. Like, I genuinely don't know what you're talking about.
We don't know either. That's
What is jet engine protocol?
What is the jet engine protocol?
Once again, what is this term? Where did this come from?
Your speech, right? No, this came from when they went into the fund.
Right.
Yeah. So they said this.
research guy.
Is it okay if we explain what happened in the number of PORs?
We have an unmarked right now. So
Of course that yes.
Wait, you have to explain. Let's explain
What are you doing now?
I'm going after I ask the question.
Where is he going?
He has something he's discussing with Chet.
I'm not going to Harley. No, I'll explain it in charge of the game. Conduct a POR session. US or USSR?
And this problem but if we reject the what is that?
I don't know what. Exclude that word in this complex.
This is Germany. This is technically modern day Poland, right?
US is
no, like the entire thing.
You remember by
Yes, right.
So
she is actually this is a different thing.
no, because now I found like
So technically the name that wasn't that wasn't exactly war on us. It was actually war on Finland. She wants to do war on Finland. So what she's trying to do is she wants the entirety of Poland in exchange for so if we want to give her the rest of Poland, she will give us the information from the other cabinets. That's the corporate thing. So now the other cabinet don't know about it. And she couldn't invade Finland and she wants us not to intervene. Eventually, yes, she's going to grab me in the event that that happens. But right now, no.
Can you tell us what you were talking about first? Then we can't.
Bro, it's not about
Okay, what was the rough idea?
rough idea. It's something. Bro, I can't tell you. It's not related to them. It's completely against them. But you guys can not know. It's against. It's against them. It's only for Italians.
So he knows.
He doesn't know.
You're gonna tell him?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him. It's nothing to do with like doing backstabbing. I genuinely can't. It doesn't make sense for me to do it. What is the? Benito Muslim is against them.
Also,
I can't be against Benito. What is gratitude? What is
This is bronze.
Yeah, right. So basically what happened was she told us, you know the update that wasn't waging war on us, that's waging war on Finland. Finland, right. So she wants, okay, she wants to take Finland and wait. She wants half of Finland because she already has half. USSR already has half, and we have the other half, right? So basically what she's saying is if we give her half of Finland, she'll give us intel from the other cabinet. And the other cabinet doesn't know anything about this.
But when
Wait, 1 second.
Wait 1 second. Wait, when we give the land, the news will go out.
Yes.
So
what
what's
do
the
you mean
point?
they can't know? Exactly.
What do you mean they can't know?
What if we reject?
Yeah, what if we reject, then they're gonna flank us from this side, and then so basically we're part of Poland and France are gonna attack once, and Germany's right in between.
Oh, so it's just what?
That.
But so basically they're screwed. They don't have any other choice.
Wait, so
Wait, if they said that if they reject, there's going to be war. That means they already know everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Yes. That's 100% true fact. You know what we are discussed. The curve what they want to come. They intel 100% fake. I'm telling you, I can bet my eyes.
Yes, but isn't war with USSR
No, USSR is garbage.
Their war capabilities are garbage, but as for
They struggle against Finland.
Right, but if they go and invade Finland, isn't that against?
They can't invade Finland. They basically can't. They're not strong enough.
No, isn't that?
They are doing it anyway.
So they're doing it anyways, but that goes against what their cabinet's doing. So they're going to do it anyway, and the cabinet will know about it, and then eventually they'll kick them out and she'll come here.
That's
Basically.
When the news comes out that the Russians have taken half Poland, she's gonna get kicked out anyway.
And if we do refuse and she takes Finland anyway, she's gonna get kicked out. So either way.
So either way, she's getting kicked out. Who the hell is she? She thinks she's smart.
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
She's in 12th grade.
She's in 12th grade.
She's 12th grade. And she got best in Korea.
We don't know what can put in.
It's a college illness.
Okay, listen.
So basically, it's an offer by opposition. So if we reject this, he was.
Which if we accept it, will also be worse.
Wait, what? Whoa. They invade Finland, that's against the Union of Nations.
Right, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
If we say no, they're gonna invade Finland.
Exactly.
And if we say no, they're gonna invade us. If they invade, they get kicked out of there.
Yeah.
They can't come over here.
Yeah.
So where are they gonna go?
I don't know.
They're gonna go home, bro. They're gonna go home. Array. What is this?
Sit down. Sit down.
Chair.
What's up?
Chair, we would like to discuss the very nonsensical violence that occurred.
I don't know what happened.
I have no idea what happened about this party. I have a POI session now, please.
Yes. Ma'am is going to explain party to me also. I already know what happened. Shwarin, has she said anything?
No, he didn't come out.
Alright. The Grand Admiral, Chitha suspended. Sorry. The Grand Admiral and Chief of Supreme General Staff Military. Would you be so kind as to let the committee know about the proceedings of your party?
Yes.
How could you guys do
Point
that?
of information session. Like I explain what happened and everybody just ask questions. Okay, cool. So,
If the Chief of General Staff is okay.
are you okay with that? Or do you want me to
speak
explain?
as well?
I need to
Do you want to speak? You're cool? Alright. So basically what happened in the pilot was the Secretary of War of the USSR met with us, and this was a covert thing. So basically everybody else in her cabinet doesn't know that she's doing this. And she asked for our half of Poland. So for clarification, the USSR currently has half of Poland and we have the other half. And she wants, sorry?
The invasion of Poland happened by the USSR.
USSR does not have Poland.
Not USSR, but like technically Poland is how it is, and we have half of it.
Well, the entirety of Poland. Guys, yeah.
No, okay, according to the map we just saw, we have only half.
Okay, guys.
I can tell you the exact phrasing. The Soviet Union wants out the German half of Poland.
Cool, but there is no German half of Poland. There is only Poland. It's all under occupancy by Germany.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just looked at the map in 19.
In our
timeline, we have all of Poland. She wants Poland in exchange for intel. Basically, she's going to give us information from. I'll get to POIs. Wait. Okay. So she wants Poland in exchange for information, and the update that came, that isn't waging war on us. That is waging war on Finland. She's gonna. So the USSR will wage war on Finland, and she doesn't want us to intervene. And she also wants us to give her Poland in exchange for information about the plans of the UK, USA, and the Union of Nations, and France, obviously, against us. So she will give us information if we give her Poland. Simple as that.
Okay, guys, one quick second. She wants half of Poland.
Does she want half of Poland?
Not Poland.
Not the whole.
Okay, see, so she told us the German half of Poland.
Yeah. So the delegate is confused about what German half means.
Alright, so
I
she
would
wants
suggest
half of Poland. She thought it was German half. Technically we have all of it, but she wants only half of it. Yes.
What does she mean by German intervention in the Finland war?
In Finland, so basically she has a plan to invade Finland, and she wants us to not intervene.
One second, guys.
I was saying to elaborate. Then after that, the Secretary of War of USSR stated that if we decline the offer, then she will participate in flanking us from the east, whilst the French wage war on the west.
Yeah. Need to follow up. Yeah. If USSR invades Finland, won't it be the allies who will aid Finland and not Germany?
That I don't know. That is her plan entirely.
Okay, guys, USSR wants to invade Finland. They don't want Italian or German interference.
Or Japanese.
In Finland or Japanese. They like just let USSR deal with Finland however it does. But don't look in this direction. Japan.
So as you said that the Soviets want to invade Finland, wouldn't that mean that they would be kicked out of the Union of Nations?
I don't know that. In the event that it happens, it's more likely than not it would.
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility,
but
which
we can't comment on the actions of the Union of Nations.
Yes.
In the case that the Union of Nations kick them out and they have to come to our side, assuming that we do not agree to their conditions, wouldn't that mean that they're not part of either cabinet?
Once again, sir, what do you mean you will not agree to their conditions?
Their conditions are...
Sir, it's Russia. You're Japan.
Sir, I'm collectively...
It's Russia.
I am thinking about the cabinet...
There's no Russia.
USSR.
Sir, it's not the Russia.
Yeah, I am aware. Apologies, but it's the USSR.
They also stated, quote, even if we decline the offer, they will invade Finland anyways.
Yeah.
Yes.
So once again, guys, quick question. They will not be without cabinet. As Hitler, I will make a unilateral decision to join with Russia.
But their condition is that if this cabinet does not agree to their conditions, they will flank us.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be an act of war against us? And since if they're coming from the Union of Nations cabinet, they're getting kicked out, they would have to come over here. And since they're at war with us, they can't be here. Would that mean they're not in the cabinet?
They're being more.
So basically, if we refuse, they threatened us with they threatened us with flanking us from the French side. They're gonna attack us from France and from after Poland, which is just Russia. So they're gonna flank us from both sides. In the event that we don't agree, France won't help them. They'll still invade Finland, and it is not our choice to bring them into this cabinet or not.
By the way, the question doesn't make sense. We'll get to that bridge. We'll cross that bridge.
It is very confusing and nonsensical in the way that...
So, clarification followed by POI. So, clarification, you said that if we don't comply, they'll invade us from France, or like they'll aid the French.
No, they will flank us from the east side.
East and west. You said east and west.
East and west. With the aid of France.
With the aid of France.
First of all, how are they going to flank from the France, from the east or west, whatever? And then second of all, they said that they're going to invade Finland anyway. So that means they won't have support of either French or UK. Then how does USSR plan to move their troops to?
We don't know their
Quick question. Why will the UK or France care about Finland?
It's just...
Why will they bother
I think
that
they would
the USSR is...
Chair, I think they would denounce it. Personally.
Why?
They would denounce it because it's conflict that is unnecessary.
Sir, why would two nations which have the largest number of colonies in the world denounce the right of another nation to create its own colonies?
Chair, the League of Nations exists. For that
League of
the
Nations,
the purpose of the League of Nations, the purpose of the League of Nations is to peacekeep.
The purpose of the UN is also to peacekeep. Still wars are happening.
Yes, but it's not
profiting
sir,
from the wars.
Sir, what is the United Nations?
Nothing. It's a joke.
Sir, so what are you saying?
It's a joke.
What is the United Nations? Can you please elaborate?
The UN is a joke.
So why did you bring it up? Sir, it's a serious conversation that we're having.
League of Nations is similar.
First of all, we are making
I know. We're just discussing about League of Nations.
Oh. Sir,
same thing.
The goal of the League of Nations is to denounce, is to peacekeep. It has failed clearly, but they can still work in Finland. They can still work in the Soviet Union. They could impose sanctions. So that's what's going on to Japan right now. Since the
they could also, but see, sir, logically speaking, a country which is at war with Germany, like these two nations have declared war with Germany.
It is in retaliation of the Polish invasion.
They declared war.
Yes.
Yes. Do you think they're really concerned about what's happening with Finland? Or what are they more concerned about stopping the German invasion?
Sir, they Finland reach out to them as well. If you think about it. If in the case that we agree, we are saying that we will not be involved in the Finnish Russian war. Who will the Finnish go to help?
Anybody nearby?
Anybody nearby? Who is nearby?
France.
Who is nearby? Norway, Sweden.
Norway, Sweden.
Who are
Norway, Sweden, somewhere.
They are also
Norway. We are Norway.
Yeah, Norway.
We are Norway. Okay. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting, but I just want to confirm.
There is a Norway. There is a Norway.
There is a Norway.
In our committee.
Yeah, we have Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, the Swedish, I mean the Norwegians have open talks with the Union of Nations, according to the background here. So, there is a possibility that we can see the Norwegians go to the Union of Nations. In that case, Finland would be going to the Norwegians, as you said that they're yes. Who will the Norwegians ask for help? For the help?
No,
Therefore,
I'm agreeing with you.
Therefore, the UK and France will support Finland.
Alright, I agree.
Yes, I'm answering the question. I'm answering.
I still haven't understood the question.
He's just asking where will USSR go if they get kicked out.
Yes.
He doesn't have an answer.
I
He
don't
already said
answer
that.
because either they be Berozgar, they're basically roaming outside, sitting outside committee, or we convert that delegate into something else. I think you guys are missing intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah. League of Nations intelligence. So yes.
Yeah, we don't.
But we don't know.
It's not League of
We don't know
Nations
yet.
intelligence.
It's all.
It's not League of Nations.
I mean, Union of Nations.
Yeah.
But that's all speculation. We don't know as
But Chair, the land in itself makes no sense. That's what I would like to point out. I don't think we should be accepting the conditions set by the Soviet Union, and I don't think anybody else over here should be concerned with those conditions. Should ignore, basically.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, can I just clarify? I said I'll get back.
Minister of State Media. State Media.
No,
Yes, sir. Leave your phone.
I was searching.
No. Okay, apologies. Apologies. Please.
Yeah, we told the Secretary of War of the USSR that we will send her a reply immediately. So, should Italy, can I just refer to him as Italy? Italian,
Chief of Supreme
Chief
General
of
Staff.
Supreme General Staff of the Italian military, whatever. Can the both of us send a cross-cabinet information thing on behalf of the entire cabinet saying that we do not accept? Can we say that?
If that is. Yes, sir.
If that is the consensus.
Yes, sir.
Will the LOC be open today?
LOCs are open. They'll be open till about 7 p.m. today.
Okay.
Lines of communication are open for the next 3 hours. Yes.
We can send directives, right?
Yes. I'll send it. Yeah. Army fought by Luftwaffe.
Can we send other delegates? Like, can we go to for
Now, committee sending in 2 minutes. 4:15. So 17 minutes.
Can we send like can we go to
Discuss with
and discuss with the USSR?
USSR no.
No?
Because she can't come.
One per committee session.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we permitted to send our directives by email currently?
Yes. Alright, any other POIs?
Any other statements to be made with regards to the thing? No? Cool. Grand Admiral and Chief of Supreme General Staff, please let us know when your chip is ready. With that, we have
Egypt.
Delegate of Egypt. So you have the floor.
As an independent nation, Egypt has a responsibility to the world and to ourselves to maintain peace and stability in our region. We must be vigilant and prepared. The threat of war is real, and we must take steps to safeguard our sovereignty and security of our people. This means strengthening our military capabilities, securing our borders, and working closely with ourselves and the region and beyond. We will work to maintain our independence and to protect our interests, but whenever necessary, we are ready for defense of our nation against any aggression. Moreover, the invasion of Poland serves as a stark reminder of fragility of peace. Thus, whenever the state of Egypt is in threat, either by allies or the Triad, we are ready to do anything to blockade our rightfully owned Suez Canal that we have gained from the British. The Egyptian government is ready for economic alliances with other neutral and non-neutral nations for the benefit of our own people. As a nation to prosper from the shackles of colonialism, we seek trade partners with the nations present here. We will be glad to welcome any trade or economic exchange for the economic exchange to some of our possessions. We have established diplomatic talks with the emissary of India regarding such economic alliances. We hope other nations present here do such diplomatic talks with us too. In conclusion, let us not forget the lessons of history. The invasion of Poland is a call to action for all nations to unite against tyranny and aggression. We ensure the values of freedom, justice, and peace prevail, not only for Poland, but for all nations facing the same.
Thank you, sir. What's the Huh?
Information.
Information.
Yes.
We will have time. Send a check.
Discuss
Please send a check. Sir, 3 taps means you should conclude. While we do respect your right to freedom of expression of speech, we would not want this system to be taken advantage of. 3 taps means you are raptured. With that, we move on to the next speech.
Lift off.
Lift off. So you have this floor. Our enemies are currently working towards fortifying their manual line in an attempt to stop any offensive advancement from our side. However, this will not work. If our enemies aim to stop us, they will surely be met with disappointment. Currently, the Luftwaffe has the capability to easily stop their attempts, and we plan to do so shortly. A fleet of bomber planes will be sent to the German-bordered section of the manual line and will drop their weapons over the line as they attempt to fortify it. If this attack is planned properly, we can neutralize the plans to fortify the line, and swiftly afterwards we can plan towards the attack of France. The fleet of bombers I plan to send towards the line consists of 56 of the Junkers Ju-87 bomber planes. Each plane contains 1 250-kilogram bomb and 4 50-kilogram bombs. I plan to send the fleet of planes to bomb the Germany-bordered area of the line. The pilots will be instructed to drop the bombs with intervals of 3/4 of a mile and to target the most vulnerable spots on the line to effectively neutralize the fortification. I firmly believe that through this carefully planned attack, we can effectively neutralize the fortifications of the line and not allow our opposers to stand in our way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have 20 seconds left. How would you like to do that?
I will yield to points of information.
We need another information for the... Yes.
May I know the delegates involved with this plan, just so I know who helping you out?
Sorry?
May I know, like, the delegates who are involved with your plan of this, like...
Only myself.
Only yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the plan for information?
Yes. What were to happen, since 100% certainty is not possible, what were to happen if the operation, however, even partially fails?
If the operation partially fails, the only thing we will lose is money and resources, as no offensive attack has been planned, merely they're trying to defend. However, I firmly believe that our plans will be successful.
I will need to add more names before we could move any further. So I guess we should add the names to the assistant. I guess we should add the names to the assistant. These are your placards. Any other delegates wishing to add their name to the assessor? Please do. You guys don't have any other speeches planned as of now? You guys not have assessors ready?
I would be accepting motion.
Not accepting motion?
Honestly, worry. Would we have to explain our directive to the cabinet?
To the other cabinet?
No, this. Does it not select directive? No?
Minister of Propaganda.
As the propaganda minister of Germany, I need to address the recent allegations surrounding the tragic events in the village of Berlin. Claims are surface suggesting the devastation caused by a Nazi war. Furthermore, the USSR declared its sovereignty and breached and is calling this as an act of war. These allegations are nothing but a blatant and malicious propaganda campaign orchestrated by the USSR to tarnish Germany's reputation. These are nothing more than cheap strategies to undermine us, and is nothing more than a big ruse for invasion. Further unwanted aggression from the USSR.
You have 51 seconds left now until I take it. You guys are done, not? You guys don't have any speeches ready, so we're going to unmod by the discussion of until 4.
I mean, I have the speech ready, so it could be for like 5 minutes, and then I can...
Done finishes.
Oh, right, when I finish my speeches. Can I just announce it? Should I announce it? Okay. Okay. Everybody who is sending in directives of actions of anything you're doing, we're gonna have a moderating caucus tomorrow on the topic of the actions you're thinking of taking against any of the crisis updates, any actions you are taking, any of your directives. Just mention them in this moderating caucus. I'm letting you guys know so that when we have it tomorrow, you guys have something to talk about.
Guys, I think all of us are just looking at the news that is coming and we're trying to react to it, and we're not doing anything. I don't think we're gonna win this war by just reacting. We need to do something. I need you guys to form directives. I need the Luftwaffe to finish writing the directive and send it.
Where did Luftwaffe go?
No, he sent it.
He sent it.
Senator.
That was a really good one, so we want to know what will happen based on that.
Yes.
So basically, the kind of speech that Luftwaffe just gave, if you're making any directives, make a speech kind of like that. Like, let the entire cabinet know what you're doing. We're not going to oppose anything because we want to be proactive. We want to combat what they're doing before they do it to us. You know what I'm saying?
We don't want reaction, we want proaction, like she said. So whatever you guys have, just say it in the next mod talk that's gonna happen tomorrow, okay? I think we are gonna lose the war, to be honest.
Brother, you cannot say things like that.
I'm gonna say it. I told you guys. I told you. Yeah.
You decided without me.
You were there.
Where was I?
I was. We were there. Actually, I'm not even kidding. Swear on God. You were there.
I am the chief of army. Start of the army.
You were there.
And you guys decided when they're going to revamp my army without me.
You agreed. You agreed to it in person.
In February, no.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
When did you agree to?
I didn't. You didn't set a date for me.
Fine. No, actually, fine. Forget February. March.
Because think about it happening sooner.
Sooner? The war. UN thing war.
Yeah.
Okay. See, here's the plan. You guys.
Bro, the entire team of favors of February. And the army is what is focusing on first, right?
Yes.
So that's gonna happen much sooner.
E-Cycle, Finance for Future, Lilac Letters, Finance for Her, Future Entrepreneur and Leader Association, Food for Thought, Secretariat, Blueprint, Seraphy, Angelic, Get On Better, Project Monset, Books for Billions, Move the Wheel Foundation, Novus Education, Athena Education, and Jamboree. We request Babitaman to come on stage, please. Babitaman, we request you to come on stage, please.
can hear me, delegates. I hope these are delegates here. Delegates of Model United Nations. Is this an assembly of Model United Nations, I'm asking? I still do not see hands raised. If you can hear the speaker, please raise your hand in silence. My hand will be raised until I have your silence. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting. Model United Nations, I will wait for every delegate to look at the speaker and come to a silent stage with the hand raised. Can I have hands going up? Do you like peace in the world? If you do agree, then you need to be peaceful right now for the session to get started. Can I have the main doors closed right now? The sooner we start, the earlier we close the session. I repeat, the sooner we start. We are about to start the session. The hosts are ready. NGOs are ready. What is the agenda? They'll tell you, they'll take you through that. Can I have both the doors closed here, OC members? Can I have the doors closed, OC members? Alright. First thing, the main gates are, please do not approach with permissions right now because you have been sent the agenda. So you are not leaving the premises until 5:30. You have your snacks at 5:30 and then the dispersal is there with the authorized pickup. So please do not raise those issues right now. I hand over the proceedings to the host and let's start the session, which is designed to have networking. Delegates, can we have your attention? OC members, please close the second door there.
We would like to invite a few people on the stage who we believe illustrate the essence of this concept. Activism is a non-profit organization which is geared towards tackling environmental issues with sustainable solutions. It is not their first time interacting with delegates at modern UN conferences, with their presence being prominent at Tsunami MUN, Terra MUN, and Eden MUN. Let's see what they have planned for Oakridge Model United Nations 2024. Please put your hands together for Lilac Letters.
Hello, Oakridge MUN. So glad to meet you guys today. Hi, delegates. I am Sharon. I'm from Lilac Letters. We're an environmental education non-profit. It's our job to make environmental education accessible and fun. So this is my team today at Lilac Letters, and we have a little fun activity planned for you all. So keep your phones on the ready.
Delegates, please be quiet. Delegates, please maintain silence. This non-profit organization has a lot planned for you today. It would be greatly appreciated if you could take a few minutes of your
time to listen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. So we have a little game planned for all of you. If you see a QR code here, could you please be kind enough to take out your phones and scan it up? So here's the game. There are 4 passengers on a yacht. Those are 4 passengers. The yacht has come in contact with a Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It's actually a real thing. The accumulation of ocean pollution has accumulated at the Pacific Ocean and has created a garbage patch which the yacht has come in contact with. The yacht is going down. There's only a single life jacket and only one of the 4 passengers can get it. It is up to you to decide who gets the life jacket. First, we have the celebrity. She could go on and endorse more sustainably inclined brands, or she could go back to endorsing non-sustainable brands. Then, we have the policymaker. The policymaker could make better policies, environmentally inclined, or he could just pick a new yacht club next time. Then, we have the climate activist. From this experience, she could take away and make her voice louder and more persuasive, or might just give up at all, thinking her voice never mattered. Then, we have the businessman. The businessman could either just pick a different yacht club or maybe invest in sustainable solutions for the future. It is up to you on who is going to get this one life jacket and who survives. So please take out your phones and scan the QR code. We'll wait for a minute and you can just send in your votes.
Well, who needs sustainability when you can be fashionable for a minute, right?
I'm a policymaker. I could either keep New York City afloat, or you can kiss your New York City selfies goodbye.
I'm the climate activist. I can either create more awareness, or the earth can save itself, right?
I'm a businessman. Do I want to fund sustainability initiatives, or do I want to buy more yachts?
We are getting the votes in. We'll give you one more way to get all the votes in. I have the results right here. Let's see who gets the life jacket, guys. Get to voting.
Scan the QR code, we'll give you a gift basket. All of you, scan the QR code and you get a gift basket. I'm not lying.
The policymaker was gonna promise things he cannot keep up. That's what politicians do. Do not mind him. The votes are in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Delegates, guess who got the life jacket? I can't hear you. Well, yes, the businessman wins. The businessman survives. So you guys put your trust in capitalists to invest in sustainable solutions for the future. Let's hope Anya Jan, the capitalist, does that for us. Thank you. If you get a minute, please come to our stall at stall number 16, and we have another little fun game planned for you. Thank you.
And a special shout out to Alishan Mirza for the sunglasses.
Thank you, Lilac Letters, for giving such an energizing start to the hour. But before you delegates begin networking, we have another guest joining us on the floor this evening. We are thrilled to have Saati and Anaga to further embody the spirit of this event. Impacting over 5,000 members and protecting the lives of sanitation workers, E-Cycle India has gone from spreading climate change education to campaigning labor policy change. They've definitely done it all. Please welcome them onto the stage.
Delegates, we have another organization planned here for you all. They're well known and they have accomplished a lot. Please turn your eyes to the stage and give a huge round of applause for E-Cycle.
Hi. I'm gonna keep going until you guys look at me. Okay? Listen, I just want 5 minutes of your time. Please, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If you're actually listening to me, can you raise your hand so that I can see if any of you are actually listening to me? I only see people in the front. Okay, over there. Come on. Come on, I'm not going to start. And if I don't start, you all can't network. So, okay. You know what? Fine, we'll start. So, you don't really have to interact here.
for the first 5 minutes. It's just food for thought. It's a couple ideas I've been having. But let me introduce myself first. So hi, my name's Sahiti. I'm here on behalf of E-Cycle. But at 16, I'm also historically the youngest person to ever advise the United Nations. Considering this is an MUN, I would say that you guys should maybe... Thank you. Now, okay. Okay, let's see. Excuse me. Hello. Hi. Can you all look at me at least? Hi, Shivarian. Can you maybe make your friends stop talking? Thank you. Okay, you know what? I have an engaged audience in the front. That's all I need. Okay? Today, I want to talk about an epidemic. It's student NGOs. And I know that's kind of scary considering we're at a networking hour. But you know exactly the kind of NGO I'm talking about. It's the Instagram page with the Canva PFP and the ChatGPT bio, and the only thing they put out is a 10-slide Meet the Team page. Okay, and they say they want to help the underprivileged, but then they host movie screenings and sports tournaments. I'm all for taking a change, I'm all for making action, but this is not the way. These NGOs that live and die with your high school career, they're obviously being used to farm popularity points and story likes. It's not activism, it's a mockery of it. Because true advocacy, it's pain, it's punk, and it's destroying the systems that shackle us. Okay? And you know what? Shout out to you guys in the front for being the only audience. Thank you so much. Okay? Okay. And so, I will admit, for every 100 student NGOs, there's like one really bold student initiative that deserves your energy and your time and your effort. But these cookie-cutter NGOs, they don't work. And here's how to fix them. So let's say you identified your problem, right? The problem that you're trying to solve with your initiative. Instead of directly finding a solution, I want you to address the systems that created the problem and fix those instead. This creates long-term change. I'll give you a real example, but first, let me get really close and personal. I have a secret and I don't want it to leave this room. This confession is, I'm a founder of a student NGO. I know. Don't. I know, right? It's crazy. It's such a horrible thing. It's probably my darkest secret, honestly. Because student NGOs are so embarrassing, right? Okay, no. But my NGO is called E-Cycle India. And I started it at the age of 12 when I learned that electronic waste was really destroying our environment. And it was devastating to me because I was a true tree hugger, still am. And so the direct solution to electronic waste would be to recycle it, right? Get rid of it. But instead, if you address the systems that created e-waste, you learn that the sanitation workers cleaning up your waste are actually child laborers. At least 3 million out of the 7 million sanitation workers are under the age of 14. Most of them women and most of them mistreated. I've also identified that the public policy surrounding electronic waste allows for massive loopholes that are constantly being taken advantage of by major corporations. So while E-Cycle India does recycle waste, we also address these other problems for longevity. So no, you're not the villain if you're the CEO of a student NGO. I just really hope you're contributing to your community in a way that you see fit, and you continue to educate yourself and learn and grow. And because these problems, they don't have one solution. No matter how much money you throw at them, you need to continue to adapt with your issues. Because the one thing they can't take away from you is your education, and the only way to solve these problems is to utilize it. Thank you for the people in the front. This was entirely for you. Thank you so much.
Delegates, can you please give a huge round of applause to E-Cycle? Honestly, in my opinion, I thought it was very gutsy talking about the epidemic of student NGOs at a display of NGOs, and it was such a creative idea on their part. Can you please give them a huge round of applause? After such an informative session by E-Cycle, I'm sure you all are curious to see what the rest of networking hour holds. Without further ado, we urge you to explore the stalls and booths and hopefully find a few that pique your interest. Thank you, delegates.
Awesome. But do you know that there are many girls in Hyderabad, for them education is a luxury. We are very thankful to God and our parents who are giving us the right education. But we have met numerous girls with 96% marks or 86 or 99% marks, but due to financial crisis, they are not getting the right education and resources. To showcase our work, our team member of Touch a Life Foundation are playing a skit today. It's a 7
बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू, बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू, तो खुद की खोज में निकल, तो किसमें हताश है, तो चल तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है।
We at Touch a Life Foundation lived many challenging but successful stories. Today, we take you through the journey of Radhika, one among the many lives that Touch a Life Foundation has touched.
पूरे देश में, ध्यान से सुनिए, पूरे देश में आज रात 12 बजे से संपूर्ण देश में संपूर्ण लॉकडाउन होने जा रहा है। हिंदुस्तान को बचाने के लिए, हिंदुस्तान के हर नागरिक को बचाने के लिए।
Radhika, your father is tested COVID positive. Radhika, your father left us.
My dreams are shattered. He was the only support. Shall I give up?
Few months later, Radhika beta, education camp is happening here at our Basti for scholarship. You must go.
Sure, Amma, I will go. I might get some financial help. Amma, take your medicines on time. You have diabetes.
We have received many applications this time. You are right, Nishta, more than 50. Did you check all the details?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We will get back to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Radhika, see, Touch Alive Foundation team members are here. Hey Radhika, congratulations. You have secured 100% scholarship from Touch Alive Foundation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now there is a hope. I will make dream come true and will become a lawyer. Hello.
Radhika, your mother's condition is critical. Radhika, your mother passed away.
Amma, I will make you proud and I'll definitely become a lawyer.
Radhika, we have got law books for you. Now you won't have to study from PDFs. We are always there to help you.
Many thanks, ma'am. These books are precious to me.
Congratulations, Radhika. You have now graduated as a lawyer.
Prayers are heard, and my prayers are heard through Touch a Life Foundation. We support girl education.
So I would like you all to meet the real Radhika who became a lawyer through the scholarship from Touch a Life Foundation. Just one more minute of yours, and here we are playing the real Radhika who took scholarship from Touch a Life Foundation, and today she is a successful lawyer.
చదువుతున్నాను అదే కావాల్సిన నా డ్రీమ్ ఎందుకంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ఒక లైఫ్లో ఒక డ్రీమ్ ఉంటుంది నాకు అదే కావాలని చాలా ఇష్టము
Thank you so much, everyone. She is Vibhuti Jain and I'm Reena Hindoja from Touch a Life Foundation. And thank you so much for the applause and appreciation and giving us your precious time. And if you want to cheer us, we don't need this applause. Do visit our stall here, meet our team members and hear more and more successful stories. So I want everyone here to come here and support girl education. Let's educate, let's empower more and more girls here in Hyderabad. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much everyone.
Okay, hi guys. I'm from Edugirl and everyone